Bureau of Wildlife Management. This comes from the Lower Wisconsin State Riverway Fund, an endowment fund held by the Natural Resources Foundation to protect and restore native plant communities and enhance habitat for wildlife species in the Lower Wisconsin State Riverway. Item 2D, request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order WM-16-25E and WM-17-25 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 10 related to administering the elk hunting license drawing. Item 2E, request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order AM-15-25 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 419 to 425 related to incorporation of reasonably available control technology requirements for sources of volatile organic compound air emissions. Item 2F, request approval of department recommendations for the prohibition of hunting to protect public safety on land to be purchased with Knowles Nelson Stewardship Grant Assistance, City of Hurley, Iron County. Just as a add-on comment, this concerns a project that would buy a portion of abandoned railroad right-of-way and turn it into a recreational trail that will connect the cities of Montreal and Hurley. Item 2G, request approval of department recommendations for the prohibition of hunting and trapping to protect public safety on land to be purchased with Knowles Nelson Stewardship Grant Assistance. Village of Fontana on Geneva Lake, Walworth County. This is to augment the Hildebrand Nature Conservancy with a 0.4 acre purchase by the community with grant assistance. A very important parcel, if not a large one. That's it. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please.
I'll make that motion, Chair.
I hear a motion from Doug to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I hear a chorus of seconds. Let's see. Patty, were you in that chorus?
Yes, I was.
I thought so. We've got a motion to approve from Doug, a second from Patty. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. Move on to item 3. We have no items under that. Move on to item 4, action items. Item 4A, request the board adopt Board Order DG-4-24, proposed rule affecting Chapter NR 809 relating to updating lead and copper requirements for public drinking water in order to be consistent with revised federal requirements and affecting small businesses. Ann Hirakatur, Lead and Copper Section Manager. Ann, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Thank you, Secretary Hune and members of the board. As stated, I'm Ann Hirakatur. I'm the manager of the Lead and Copper section in the Bureau of Drinking Water and Groundwater. Next slide, please. There's a clicker, otherwise oh, no, I didn't realize that. Okay, so today I'm here to request board adoption. Can you all hear me okay in the mic? Is the mic working okay?
Yeah, if
okay.
you could stay close to it, thank you.
Okay. I'm here to request adoption of DG 04-24, which regulates lead and copper in public drinking water. There are several reasons why this rulemaking is important. The first is to maintain Wisconsin's Safe Drinking Water Act primacy. Under the Safe Drinking Water Act, EPA is required to promulgate standards for drinking water that public water systems must meet. EPA, in turn, can delegate primary authority for administering and enforcing those regulations to states and tribes if certain criteria are met. One of those criteria is that states must adopt regulations at least as stringent as federal requirements. So the way that this works in Wisconsin, you can see on the slide on the left, is that EPA has delegated authority for Safe Drinking Water Act administration in Wisconsin to the Wisconsin DNR, and then we work directly with Wisconsin's regulated public water system to administer and enforce those requirements. On the right on the slide, you can see how this would work if we did not have Safe Drinking Water Act primacy. All the Safe Drinking Water Act regulations would still apply in Wisconsin, including the new lead and copper regulations. However, EPA would be directly regulating Wisconsin water systems. And so the intent of our rule is to bring Wisconsin regulations into alignment with federal requirements. So as you can see here, the Safe Drinking Water, the lead and copper requirements were first added to the Safe Drinking Water Act in 1991. And then for the next 30 years, there were no significant changes to the lead and copper requirements. And then during those 30 years, a number of gaps became apparent in the lead and copper rule due to some lead crises throughout the country, several of which were high profile. So to address these gaps, in the last 4 years, EPA has promulgated 2 very significant updates to the lead and copper requirements. The first in 2021 were the lead and copper rule revisions. And then the second in 2024, the lead and copper rule improvements, or the LCRI. So the LCRI expanded upon and strengthened some of the requirements of the lead and copper rule revisions. And so the intent of our rule is to come into alignment with both the lead and copper rule revisions, or the LCRR. Those requirements have been in effect, and systems have had to comply with those since 2024. And the lead and copper rule improvements, which systems will be required to be in compliance with beginning in 2027. So some of the significant changes of the new rule are: the new rule lowers the lead action level from 15 parts per billion to 10 parts per billion. And this is the threshold at which public water systems have to take action to address lead levels in their drinking water. And it also strengthens the actions that public water systems have to take if they exceed that threshold. It also makes changes to the lead and copper sampling requirements so that it makes it more likely that when water systems are sampling to determine if there's lead in their drinking water, they're more likely to be sampling the water that has lead in it. It also requires that community water systems that serve water to schools and childcare facilities have to sample for lead at those schools and childcare facilities. It strengthens public education and public notice requirements. It requires that all public water systems develop a service line material inventory and send notices of known or potential LSLs to any consumers served by those materials. It requires that all public water systems develop and implement a lead service line replacement plan to remove all of their lead service lines. And it strengthens corrosion control treatment requirements while also adding additional flexibilities for meeting those requirements. So as part of this rulemaking, we convened a stakeholder committee to provide input on our rulemaking process. Our stakeholder committee include a variety of stakeholders from across the state and representing a wide variety of interests. For example, we included organizations representing public water systems, organizations representing environmental and public health interests. We also include organizations that provide technical assistance to public water systems. And our group also included the laboratories that do the lead and copper analysis. In addition, our meetings, of course, were open to the public, so we had some additional folks participate. For example, even though we had organizations representing public water systems, we also had some individual public water systems that chose to attend. So we had 3 meetings in the beginning of the year where we shared information about the rule, and then we listened and received feedback from stakeholders, and we tracked, and where we could, we accommodated that feedback. So for the most part, the feedback we got was positive. Folks were actually encouraging us to, in some cases, be more stringent than the federal rule and to proceed with rulemaking as quickly as possible. And so where we could accommodate that input to be more stringent than the federal rule without adding a significant additional cost or burden to public water systems, we were able to add that, accommodate that feedback in our rule. So this slide here is our EIA, our final EIA. And as I alluded to earlier, there are federal requirements that all public water systems must meet regardless of our state rule. And so our approach was to use the cost of complying with those federal requirements as our baseline. And we calculated the cost of our state rule relative to that baseline. So we found that there were 5 areas where our state rule would cost more than the federal rule. And that was primarily due to areas where we were slightly more stringent due to stakeholder feedback. So for just as one example, in the first line or the first row of this table, the federal rule requires, for example, that public water systems make 2 attempts to reach out to the schools and childcare that they serve water to make arrangements to conduct lead sampling. Due to our stakeholders urging, the state rule requires that if those first 2 attempts are unsuccessful, they make 2 additional attempts. And so that's the type of thing that we did. And so our EIA found that the cost of compliance with the state rule will be approximately $37,000 per year for the first 5 years, and that's spread out over the state, overall public water systems in the state, and about half that each year after the first 5 years. Right. During our rule public comment period, we received 18 letters that spanned about 10 topics. And during our rule public hearing, we had 16 attendees that were not from the DNR. 3 of those attendees registered and spoke in support of the rule, and none of those attendees registered or support in opposition to the rule. We heard the most comments in the following areas. We heard strong support for the proposed rule's positive impacts on public health. On the other hand, we heard concerns related to the financial and capacity burden of the proposed rule. We heard concerns related to uncertainty regarding a pending American Water Works Association or AWWA legal challenge of the federal LCRI. And specifically in regards to that issue, folks encouraged us to delay rulemaking until that lawsuit is resolved. Unfortunately, that lawsuit is moving very slowly through the court system and probably won't be resolved for quite some time. And we do have state rulemaking and federal primacy deadlines that we have to meet, and so we are not able to delay our rulemaking. Lastly, we had some suggested minor edits, which we were able to incorporate into the rule. And then during our EIA public comment period, we had some commenters support and other commenters disagree with the department's approach of using federal costs as the baseline for our EIA. We heard concerns with the cost of the federal requirements and the availability of funding for small and rural water systems to meet those requirements. But we didn't hear any concerns with the methodology that we used to determine the cost of compliance with federal requirements or with the costs of the state rule. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Are there any questions from the board on clarity? If not, we have a couple of appearances on this item and we can discuss it in more detail, I'd suggest, after the appearances. Okay. Thank you, Ann. If you could stand by after the appearances, we may want to talk some more. We'll go ahead and get comfortable, but yes, go ahead. Thank you. Our first appearance is a virtual one from Dan Gustafson, Altoona, representing the Coalition on Lead Emergency, COLE. His topic is the adoption of DG 4-24. Dan, are you with us?
I am. Thank you.
I can see you and I can hear you clearly, so welcome.
Good morning. My name is Dan Gustafson, and I'm a senior staff attorney with Midwest Environmental Advocates. MEA is a member of the Coalition on Lead Emergency, or COLE, whose mission is to prevent and respond to lead poisoning in Milwaukee and throughout the state through partnerships with families impacted by lead poisoning, faith communities, individuals, and partner organizations. I provide this testimony on behalf of COLE. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Board Order DG 0424, which would amend Chapter NR 809 of the Administrative Code to make Wisconsin's lead and copper rules consistent with federal regulations. Lead poisoning remains a persistent problem in Wisconsin, one that affects far too many children and their families. Although drinking water is only one means of lead exposure, it is nonetheless a significant exposure pathway. The primary source of lead in drinking water is lead service lines, which can contaminate drinking water on its way to the tap. Best estimates indicate that over 140,000 homes and businesses in Wisconsin are still served by lead service lines. Milwaukee Water Works estimates that there are 65,000 lead service lines remaining in its service territory alone. I want to remind you, there is no safe level of lead in drinking water. When consumed, lead can cause serious health impacts, especially in children. Effects on children include developmental delays, learning difficulties, behavioral disorders, fatigue, digestive issues, hearing loss, and seizures. Babies exposed to lead before birth may be born prematurely with lower birth weights and experience developmental delays. Our statutes have long defined lead poisoning as a blood lead level of 5 micrograms per deciliter or more, but an emergency rule enacted by the Evers administration in January of 2025 and made permanent in May has lowered the effective threshold to 3.5 micrograms per deciliter, the same level used by the CDC. Data from 2023 show that statewide, 6.3% of children under 6 who were tested had blood lead levels above that 3.5 microgram per deciliter standard. This data represents an increase from 2022, when only 5.3% of children tested above 3.5. Even more concerning, certain parts of the state have higher instances of lead poisoning than the statewide average. For example, in Milwaukee County, between 2018 and 2021, the number of children tested with blood lead levels exceeded the standard at that time, were nearly double the levels statewide. And many census tracts located in historically red-lined areas in Milwaukee's central city had even higher rates of lead poisoning, in some cases affecting over 20% of the children tested. We applaud the DNR and the Natural Resources Board for undertaking this rulemaking process and strongly support the enactment of these rules as soon as possible. Amending Wisconsin's lead and copper rules to mirror the federal requirements enacted by the LCRR and LCRI will reduce adverse health impacts from lead exposure in drinking water. We've reviewed the proposed rule and believe it is consistent with and no less stringent than the federal requirements. And as one of your final actions in this year of the kid, we urge you to approve this rule package today to protect Wisconsin's children and families from lead poisoning. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify in support of these important amendments.
Thank you, Dan. Are there questions from the board for Dan? Okay, thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
We have another appearance from Joe Fitzgerald, Milwaukee, from Milwaukee Water Commons, again on DG 4-24. Joe, are you with us? Can you hear us all right?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Welcome.
Outstanding. Hello, everyone. My name is Joe Fitzgerald. I am the Policy and Advocacy Director for Milwaukee Water Commons, like was mentioned, calling it from Milwaukee, Wisconsin today. On behalf of Milwaukee Water Commons, I'm speaking today in support of the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources efforts to maintain primary enforcement authority for the federal lead and copper rule by incorporating rule changes in accordance with the EPA's lead and copper rule revisions and the 2024 lead and copper rule improvements. We believe that this is a critical opportunity for Wisconsin to strengthen its protection of families around the state from lead and water, and we urge that the state should take this opportunity to make the most robust and protective rule that it can. The lead and copper rule revisions and lead and copper rule improvements include updated requirements for inventory development, sampling, and compliance monitoring, identifying and responding to lead action level exceedances, and providing more thorough outreach and public education to impacted communities. as well as the schools and childcare facilities. Most notably, this updated federal lead and copper rule will reduce the lead action level from 15 parts per billion to 10 parts per billion and require that public water systems maintain publicly available inventories of their lead service lines while working to remove all of those lead service lines and connectors, as well as galvanized pipes requiring replacement within a 10-year timeline. These critical improvements to the lead and copper rule will eliminate blind spots in implementation and enforcement, help state, federal, and local partners to prevent, quickly identify, and respond to disastrous drinking water emergencies, and will have a life-changing impact for families around the state and for future generations of Wisconsinites. Managing and eliminating lead hazards in public drinking water systems is an urgent priority for communities across the state of Wisconsin, from Chippewa Falls to Lodi, and certainly in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It is well known that there is no safe level of lead in drinking water. Exposure to even small amounts of lead increase the risk of heart disease, cancer, reproductive and developmental challenges, high blood pressure, kidney and nervous system problems, and cognitive disorders. Nearly 2/3 of the children experiencing lead poisoning across the state of Wisconsin live here in Milwaukee County. And though the scope of this rule change will not eliminate the threat of lead poisoning, the changes being reviewed will be critically important to managing and ultimately eliminating the hazards of lead in water with the urgency felt by the communities across our city and around the state. Nationally, we know that Wisconsin has some of the most lead service lines compared to other states, and Wisconsin, the DNR plays a really important role in creating localized efficiencies and helping communities across the state facilitate the removal of their pipes and to properly manage that infrastructure while it still exists. In anticipation of this federal rule and its enforcement at the state level, we've already seen a tremendous increase in the number of public water systems taking advantage of the Wisconsin State Revolving Fund programs to accelerate lead service line replacement in communities both large and small, urban and rural. Matter of fact, I am actively right now looking out my window at a lead service line replacement project happening on my neighbor's property just across the street here in Milwaukee. This momentum and the localized efficiencies that are created through coordination with the DNR's program are having real on-the-ground impacts, creating living wage employment opportunities and pathways into careers in the water sector, and having a life-changing effect for families as they can restore some of their faith in their water systems. We ask the state to produce requirements that meet or even surpass the federal rules and their protection of lead hazards, and ask that we approve the motion today to maintain primacy with the lead and copper rule. Thanks so much for this opportunity to comment.
Joe, thank you for your comments and thank you for the progress report on that lead line removal outside your window. Any questions from the board for Joe? Hearing none. Thank you, Joe.
Thank
The
you.
board have questions for Ann or any of our presenters? Robin?
And I want to make sure that folks online also have an opportunity. Doug, did you have a comment too, or question?
Yep, I do. Do you want me to go first, Robin, or?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Doug, and then Robin.
Similar, and thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ann, for being here in presentation. So we heard some work on lead service lines. I'm wondering, obviously adoption of this rule will help municipalities get at some of the issues, but I'm wondering what role we play in helping get at some of these lead service lines that are out there when there's that many and there's that much effect from it. That's my first question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when you say we, who are you referring to? Are you referring to the board or to the DNR or what's
DNR,
your
I'm
we?
sorry. So I know it's a municipalities thing with the lead service lines, but
Right.
is there anything that DNR is doing in relation to getting at this issue of lead service lines that are out there?
Sure. So one thing we're doing is, we in the drinking and groundwater section obviously are promulgating these standards, enforcing and administering them. We have hired a technical assistance provider to assist water system, provide free technical assistance to water systems to develop their lead service line inventory and to develop their lead service line replacement plan. And then in our Bureau of Community Financial Assistance, I know I believe the governor just announced today about $150 million in allocations for lead service line replacement. And I know we just recently also received word of an additional allocations for future lead service line replacement. And I'm not an expert on these funding sources, but the numbers I have are a little over 100 million in new allocations, not what was announced today, but for the future, a little over 100 million from the lead service line replacement capacity grant, and then nearly 50 million from the lead service line replacement drinking water state revolving fund. So another additional 150 million for the next year. And if somebody knows these numbers better than me, feel free to jump in, but that's the numbers that I got from Community Financial Assistance. So that's our role that we've been doing to support this.
Excellent. Thanks for that, and appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Doug, you said you had another question, or that was your first one?
Comment. Thanks for reminding me. Just a concern, kind of scratch my head when I hear that there's groups out there that think they need to challenge a rule like this for its adoption. I mean, it is such a health related in a child especially related health impact that just makes me scratch my head to know that they would challenge this rule. But so it goes. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. Robin?
So I have two questions
Mhm.
and maybe just I'd like a little further explanation for
Sure.
folks who are listening to this. One of the things that you talked about when we had talked earlier was how the sampling that is being required
Mhm.
for this rule, the in-home sampling, that there's 2 points in time in which
Yeah.
the samples are tested, not collected, but tested. And I just found that really enlightening. And so what I'd like to ask you is to just explain a little bit how this sampling identifies whether there's lead coming from the main line or lead coming from perhaps fixtures within the home.
Yeah. So that's a great question. Lead sampling is different than sampling for a lot of other contaminants because the source of lead isn't coming from the groundwater. It's coming from actually the pipes and the fixtures the water flows through. And so lead sampling is actually done at individual taps where people get their water in their homes. And the way lead sampling is currently done is that the first liter that comes out of the tap in the morning after the water has sat unused overnight is what is sent to the lab and analyzed. And so what that water does is it gives you an idea of whether or not there's lead in the fixtures or the premise plumbing of the house, because you're testing the water that's stagnant overnight in that fixture and premise plumbing. What the new rule will require is that locations that have lead service lines will have to sample both that first liter that comes out of the water, comes out of the tap in the morning, as well as the 5th liter. So for example, you turn on the tap in the morning, put a bottle under, you get the 1st liter, then you put another bottle, 2nd liter, 3rd liter, 4th liter, 5th liter, and then the 1st and the 5th liter is analyzed. And what that does is it tells you whether or not the water that was sitting in that lead service line overnight, how much lead is in that water, because that will give you the maximum, sort of the worst case scenario, highest risk for lead exposure would be that 5th liter. Yeah, thanks, Robin.
Thank you. And then the other question I have, because this is a really complicated topic, and I appreciate the fact that I've got some insights from having kind of worked from the SRF perspective. But one of the key things for effective replacement lead service lines is replacing the entire line,
Yeah.
not just the municipally owned line, but the lateral that goes on the homeowner's property.
Mhm.
And if you could just clarify a little bit, I know this is a little outside of your expertise, but I know you know this, the importance of having funding in the form of principal forgiveness
Yeah,
to offset the costs to the homeowner, and
Sure.
kind of what the future of that looks like and why that's important.
sure. So it's important to remove the full lead service line because if you remove only part of it, sometimes the sort of the mechanical movement that can happen during lead service line replacement could dislodge lead particles in the remaining part and then cause actually higher lead levels. There's been places in the country that have actually found higher lead levels after partial lead service line replacement. So it's important to remove the full lead service line, and to do that, obviously, you need funding for individual homeowners because not everybody can afford to pay. With the BIL funding, it does allow for principal forgiveness. So most of the funding is loan funding, and again, I'm getting a little out of my expertise here, but for certain communities that have, I believe, more of a hardship, they can get 100% principal forgiveness for the private side removal under the bill funding. So that's available.
I just want to make a comment. I
Yeah.
think this is one of the single most important things we're voting on this whole year.
Yeah,
So
oh,
thank you for your hard work. Really,
Thank
thank
you.
you for expediting this and bringing it to us as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. I will just add one more thing in relation to the earlier question about what the DNR's role is. One thing I forgot to mention when I answered that question is we also have a grant program for lead service line replacement outreach. We hear from Public Water Systems that one of the biggest challenges with replacing lead service lines, particularly on the private side, is interacting with those homeowners. And we have probably a dozen or more water systems that have taken advantage of a grant program that we have to provide outreach to those homeowners to facilitate that process of working with the homeowners to get both the private and the public side removed. So just want to make sure we got that in there as well.
Are there other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I have one very general, broad question
Sure.
for you, Ann.
Yeah.
With the money that was announced from the governor today and released, plus the money that you see on the horizon, can you give us a very general idea of how far we're going to make progress into these lead service lines? There's been a lot of emphasis on this over several years, and there's been funding cycles.
Yeah.
How far are we through this issue?
Unfortunately, I don't think I can even give you a wild guess on that one, but I could look into it and certainly get back to you. I check with our folks in CFA and let you know.
Well, clearly, this is not the last cycle for lead.
No, we're continuing going on with every year new funding allocations. I'm just not sure the total cost relative to how much we have last year and this year, like what % that gets us in terms of full lead service line replacement. And I wouldn't want to wager a guess because I'd probably be off.
That's fair. Thank you.
Yeah.
Robin?
Just adding to that, isn't part of this also making sure there's a complete inventory because we don't
Yeah.
even know yet
Yep.
exactly what
Yep.
the total universe is?
So one of the requirements that systems had to meet by 2024 was to do that inventory. Now, they were allowed to have what they call unknown lead status unknowns in their inventory. So basically, they don't necessarily think it's lead, but they can't confirm that it's not lead. And so over the course of beginning in 2027, over the course of the next 10 years, they'll have to either determine those locations that are lead status unknown, either determine them to be confirmed non-lead or else replace them. So the first step of the inventory was just, what do we know? And then each year they'll be improving their inventory until they have no lead and no unknowns. One of the things that they were also required to do in 2024 after completing that inventory was send notifications to all consumers served by a known or a known lead service line or a lead status unknown service lines. And you might have seen some things in the news after that where a lot of consumers, particularly in Southeast Wisconsin, were very shocked to find out that they'd been served by a lead service line for all these years and never knew. So I think raising awareness has been an important part of this.
Okay. Doug, you have a question?
Yeah, just one follow-up after I heard about the funding and thought more about it. Just a question on tribal capabilities to receive that funding. Does anybody know if that funding that was announced today or any of the previous funding that you mentioned, and is that available to tribal governments and tribal utilities?
I don't know the answer to that. I can certainly check with our funding partners and see, but I'm not aware of whether or not that's available to them.
All right, thanks.
Okay, other questions or comments from the board? I'd like to add one comment. In addition to the two appearances we had on this issue, we also received written correspondence from the Wisconsin conservation voters that's in favor of passing this rule. Hearing no further questions or comments, it's time for a motion. We have a motion for approval.
I would move approval.
Robin moves approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
I hear a second from Doug. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you very much.
Next item is 4B. Request the board adopt board order WM-3-25. Proposed rules affecting chapter NR10 related to revising sharp-tailed grouse management zones. Scott Carroll, Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Young, members of the board. I want to apologize for beforehand. You're going to get a lot of Scott coming up, so we'll get through it. The first item we have today is, as Bill mentioned, it's a rule that would revise our sharp-tailed grouse management zones along with a couple other items. So the board may remember early in last year, the board approved an updated sharp-tailed grouse management plan. That management plan essentially recognized that our sharp-tailed grouse populations are found mostly on our managed properties in specific areas. And what we have essentially is a rule that will update that. So we're at the rule phase, but we're looking to implement the sharp-tailed grouse management plan that was approved by the board early last year. So this is just a map, and I know it might be difficult to see of our, this is our current sharp-tailed grouse management zones. These were acted as our pre-deer trustee report deer zones. They also currently represent our bear registration zones. But if you can see the little yellow dots in the northwestern part of the state, that's roughly where our sharp-tailed grouse population exists. So most of these units did not have sharp-tailed grouse populations. And even in the units that the populations exist, the populations could be quite isolated. So when we issued permits this year for the first time in 8 years, we're issuing it for a zone that's quite large comparative where the sharp-tailed grouse exist. So what we wanted to do was refine these zones to have to give hunters a better idea of where sharp-tailed grouse populations exist, so they're not running around a giant zone looking for something that they're not going to find. So what we have for you today is these are the new zones, or the maps examples of the new zones we're proposing. On the left, you're going to see the Crex zone, and then on the right is the Burnett County extended zone. Now that Crex zone fits inside that Burnett County extended zone. So these extended zones are areas where there aren't high populations of sharp-tailed grouse, but what we're saying is that in the future, some management action could happen, like a wildfire or some habitat work done, and that can make it much more hospitable, or these areas much more hospitable for sharp-tailed grouse, and the populations could take off in those areas. So we're kind of these extended zones are areas we anticipate with future management they could exist. These other zones are where we have active sharp-tailed grouse populations, and if our surveys next year show that we have a stable population that can handle a hunt, we would potentially issue a quota in those areas. So additionally, besides just changing the management zones, we made a couple small other updates. We removed references to mailed applications, which just goes to show how long this has been since we've updated this. We also, the current rules establish that harvest quotas are set on 3 factors: estimated size, distribution of the population, trends in the harvest, and hunter success rates. And there's also a cap that no more than 25% of the population can be harvested. What we've tried to do with our updated management plans is take specific items out of the rule itself and refer back to the management plan which the board approved, which set harvest metrics and quota metrics in that management plan. So in that management plan, which the board recently approved, it identified additional criteria that should be considered while setting a harvest quota. So we wanted to make it more appropriate or reflective of what the current quota setting process would be. Those additional metrics include population indices, metrics, and other information to best assess the population status by zone. So these new factors aren't a substantial departure for how the previous quota was set, but will instead take in additional considerations. And these metrics, just to not be concerned about shooting over that 25%. The metrics indicate that harvest will not approach 25% of the sharp-tailed grouse populations. And additionally, one other thing we did is we removed group applications. There was a line in code that allowed for individuals similar to turkey to apply as a group for our permits. However, this year, we think we issued about 25 permits. So the odds of anybody being successful in a group application is pretty small. So we didn't want to give that, that appearance that like somebody could be successful in a group application at this rate. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. We have one appearance on this. And again, I'd suggest unless anybody has a clarification question for Scott, that we move on to our appearance. And that's Rob Bowman representing Wisconsin Conservation Congress. Morning, Rob. You picked a good morning to be virtual.
Yeah, yes, I did. Can everybody hear me okay?
Just fine.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Hun, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today regarding Board Order WM 0325 related to revising the sharp-tailed grouse management zones. I'm Rob Bowman, Chair of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. The Congress's Turkey and Upland Game Committee met on November 10th to discuss an act on WM 0325. And we'd like to thank DNR wildlife biologist Bob Hansen for presenting an overview of the rule change and the purpose for it. And after his presentation, our committee unanimously supported the change and made a formal request to the Congress's Executive Committee asking for the Congress to take an official position in favor of the proposed zone changes that are before you today. Our Executive Committee did meet virtually last Wednesday, December 3rd, and officially supported this change on behalf of the Congress, and we respectfully ask that the board support these changes as well. And thank you for your consideration. That's it.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate the support of the Congress and appreciate your comments.
Yeah, and if I don't see anybody or talk to you, have a Merry Christmas, everyone.
Thank you. Same to you. Are there any questions for Scott?
Just a random question. How much of that is that Crux Meadow? Is it the majority of the zone in public land?
Yes. So it's not entirely within public land, but the majority of that zone is our Crux property.
Okay.
Robin?
I was just going to make a comment that, in my opinion, this is why adaptive management is so important, so that you can be flexible and nimble and be able to be responsive to wildlife populations as well as hunter needs. So I think you did a great job and really appreciate Rob's comments and support from the Conservation Congress. And that's a good sign that you were successful in your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I guess we're ready for a motion. Anyone care to offer a motion?
This is Deb. I move that we accept the board order WM-03-25.
Thank you, Deb. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Yes, this is Jeff Hastings. I'll second that.
Second from Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Scott. Don't go away. Next item is 4D. Request the board approve the statement of scope for emergency board order WM-13-25-E and board order WM-14-25 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice for WM-14-25. and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 10 related to establishing the 2026 through 2023 migratory bird season framework and regulations. Again, Scott Carroll.
Chair,
So you know.
Chairman.
That was technically we're on 4C. But we
Yeah.
can.
4C.
I was about to say.
Oh, I skipped that one. I'm sorry.
All right.
Do you want to take that one
I
off?
told you there's a
board?
lot of stuff to get confused about, so it's we can do 4. I have everything in front of me. If you'd like to do migratory birds, let's do
Your
it.
name showed up in so many places. Okay, let's go back to C and request the board approve statement of scope for board order WM-11-25 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 10 related to turkey management. Again, Scott Carroll, I got that part right.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thanks again. So we have today before you a scope statement regarding our turkey management plan update. Let's see, so a preliminary public hearing on the scope statement was required by the Joint Committee for Review of Administrative Rules. It was held on October 30th and one person attended for informational purposes. So there we go. All right, there we go. So as I mentioned, we are working on an update to our turkey management plan, and this rule will address potentially any updates that come out of the discussion for that management plan. I'm going to be quite honest, we don't have any specific rule changes in mind as we enter this turkey management plan update. We have about an 82% approval rating of our turkey season structure, so we're not looking to make drastic changes here, but we did want to recognize that out of this discussion, some things could come up that we weren't thinking of from a partner group or a member of the public that could require a rule change. And if it was accepted by the committee, we'd want to just be prepared for it. You might not see a rule from us on this one, but you may or may not. So examples of items regulated in code regarding the turkey season include season dates and zone boundaries, and then some items that are some rules about what you can and can't use while hunting. As I mentioned, over 80% of turkey owners support the current season structure. We are looking to I believe a press release just went out. We're looking for input on the update for the turkey management plan at this time, and then our turkey management plan committee will meet, discuss everything that we've heard, and then make a pathway forward. If we did bring a rule back, it would be probably in the summer of 2026. So
Okay,
you may see me, you may not, but I'd be happy to answer any questions on this one.
but we will see public interaction on this in a public hearing.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we have no public speakers. Could we have a motion for approval?
Bill, I'll make that motion, for the statement of scope for board order WM-11-25, proposed rules affecting chapter NR 10 related to turkey management.
Yeah, in view of having an accurate record, when you raise a motion, if you could mention your name so we get that on tape, that would be helpful.
Okay, sorry about that, Bill. It's Jeff Hastings.
Yep, thanks, Jeff. Okay, we have a
Doug's-
motion to approve from Jeff. Is there a second?
Doug seconds.
Doug seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We'll move on to 4D that I've already read once. Again, 4D is to request the board approve the statement of scope for emergency board order WM-13-25E and board order WM-14-25 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice for WM-14-25 and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 10 related to establishing the 2026 to 2030 migratory bird season framework and regulations. Again, we have Scott Carroll.
All right, thanks again. So we are again at a scope statement. The phase of this rulemaking A preliminary public hearing on this scope statement was also required by the Joint Committee for Review of Administrative Rules. It was held on November 3rd. No individuals attended the hearing. We did receive one written comment on the scope statement, which is outlined in the green sheet package before the board. So historically, the department used to come every year with an emergency rule and establish our migratory season frameworks on an annual basis. However, the season dates and bag limits typically didn't fluctuate much from year to year. And so recently, the department implemented a trial to set the migratory season frameworks for a 3-year period with the goal of moving to a 5-year interval. And the reason we wanted to move the goal for a 5-year interval is that we setting the seasons at that 5-year interval would match the federal timeline for establishing migratory bird hunting zones. So when we were having this discussion about upcoming changes to the zones, we felt like it would be a great time to get everybody's talking migratory birds as it is. We would then discuss, should we make a change to our season frameworks? That 3-year trial period we felt went very well. We didn't really have any uproar. We didn't get a lot of public comments on, because again, our seasons just haven't changed much historically over the last 10 years or so. So moving away from that setting the season structures on a yearly basis will save staff time and give hunters additional time and certainty for planning their hunting seasons. We do get comments quite early. I think we're going to start getting people asking for our 2026 seasons probably any day now, because some people do have to set their vacation time early in the calendar year. So an emergency rule would be used to establish the 2026 season. We would bring that before the board in April, should any changes have to be made. And then a permanent rule would be used to set them for that 5-year interval from 2027 to 2030. So that is our plan at the moment. We'll be doing some outreach for our migratory bird specialists. We'll be going out, collecting public input. And if a change is required, we would then bring this back to the board in April. And that's what I have. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Scott. We have no public speakers, no written input on this item. Are there questions from the board or comments? Doug, I see you on screen.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So Scott, so we do an emergency rule for the upcoming season. Then I heard you say the group that's in 5 years would be set for permanent rules. Does that include bag limits?
Yes. So what we do essentially is, and we did this starting in I believe the 2023 season, and this has worked through 2025. We, in our code, we state that the bag limits will be the maximum allowed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service unless otherwise indicated in administrative rule. We do have our season dates and bag limits are deferred to be the maximum we can take. And then we utilize a secretary's order in the spring of this year we do a public notice. We give people the opportunity to comment on that public notice before the secretary's order is established, or which would, once that secretary's order is published, then the season dates and bag limits become essential. Because what we did is we created in our administrative code, there's the different season options for that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service could offer, and then we set seasons for each one of those options. Now, that's what we would potentially be changing here. We have historically always deferred to the maximum bag limits unless we've indicated otherwise.
So just a follow-up, Chair. Make sure I understand. So if in one of them years something changes with the population, you would need an emergency rule then to address that?
Yep. So if something were to if it was something in code, like let's say the season went from a 90 to a 40 or a 60 to a 45, we would use an emergency rule, or if there's something that we set that we knew, because we get really indicators quite early about whether or not there's going to be drastic changes or not to any of the seasons offered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. If need be, we would just come with an emergency rule. But if not, we would just utilize that secretary's order to make adjustments as is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jeff, I see you on screen. You have a question.
Yeah, hi, morning, Scott. Question on I assume people like or groups like Ducks Unlimited will be active in participating in your public hearings. Groups like Conservation Congress, it seems like they meet annually. How do they get involved with providing comment? Do they also meet other than annually to discuss these kind of issues or provide input?
Yep, so good question. So we have as a department a Migratory Bird Advisory Committee, and the Conservation Congress does have membership in that advisory committee. The Conservation Congress itself also has their own Migratory Bird Committee, which we assist with and attend the meetings. So they're aware that this process is undergoing. You know, we do quite a bit of outreach when we're setting these 5-year season, or it would be 5-year for the zones, potentially 5 years for the seasons, should the scope statement be approved and a rule be approved. But we do extensive outreach to all of our, Ducks Unlimited, Wildlife Federation, Waterfowl, I'm forgetting some of the names, but they're all involved. We contact them. They will have plenty of opportunity to provide public input on not only this rulemaking, but the zone selections as well, which will be brought to the board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions for Scott on the migratory waterfowl rule? Robin?
I'm just wondering if I misheard this or if I'm misunderstanding this. I thought you said that after the emergency rule comes, you'd be coming in with a final rule, which would establish the framework from 2027 to 2030, but that's only 3 years.
No, so we need it would be the emergency rule would be 2026, so we have to include that as well. So it's just, we won't be discussing this again as an agency until after the 2030 season or right around the 2030 season.
Thank you.
And just to keep in mind, like the rule is essentially permanent, but we're committing to a 5-year review of everything. So we're not just writing the rule that these are only existing until 2030. Until we make the change, that's what's in rule, but we're committing to a 5-year review cycle.
Other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I have one question for you, Scott. Over the years, it seems like every year or other year, we have big debates about the zones for waterfowl management. It's like an annual discussion. Where does that fit in the 5-year plan?
Yep. So we have to, again, since we're matching kind of the zone boundary discussion, we will be just we'll be opening that discussion up to our partner groups to talk about what do we want to see for zones this year. Right now we use a 3-zone, we use a open water, which is Great Lakes and Green Bay, north-south zone for our ducks. And then, so this is all going to be up for discussion again, whether or not we'll continue with that 3-zone structure or, historically we also had a Mississippi River zone. So we'll be talking about it. And then when we do make that decision before we send it to the Fish and Wildlife Service, we've historically brought that for the board for approval. So
But just to be clear, that discussion will occur as part of the 5-year planning discussion to put the rule in place. And it's not something that's going to be in between that or on an annual or biennial basis.
Correct.
Okay, thank you much. Other questions from the board? Oh, Doug, back up. Go ahead.
Nope, nothing for Scott, and we haven't got other chances to get at him yet. So, question on the process for D, Chair. I know it's a scope statement, but in the text, it's not only one, but it's the emergency board order and additionally public hearing notice. So there's a couple parts to it. Does one motion take care of all of it? Scott's nodding.
We'll do it in one motion.
Please.
All right, are we ready?
Well, are there any further questions? Hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
All right, I'll make that motion, Chairman. I'll approve the scope statement for emergency board order WM 13-25E and board order WM-1425.
Okay, we have a motion to approve both the emergency rule and the permanent rule. Do we have a second?
I'll second. This is Patty.
Okay, Patty, thank you. We have a second from Patty. Any further discussion? Robin?
I just want to make sure that that motion includes and conditionally approve the public hearing notice.
Ooh, yep, I'll add that to my motion, Chair. Sorry about that.
Okay, and that's your intention, Doug? Okay, yep. the motion includes the request as it appears on the agenda for both the emergency regular rule and the hearing notice and the submittal of proposed rules to legislative council. So with that understanding, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We'll move on to item 4E. And once again, we have Scott Carroll. Item 4E, requests the board approve the statement of scope for Board Order NH-8-25 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 40 related to invasive species. Scott?
All right, so we're moving out of wildlife a bit and more into a broader invasive species scope statement. As I mentioned last month, I do assist Natural Heritage Conservation, the Bureau of Natural Heritage Conservation, rule writing, and they're proposing another scope statement. Aside from amphibians and reptiles, we're going to work in or start discussing invasive species, which is primarily found in NR 40. And I am having, Ashley, can you move that? Yeah, you can move that for me. That'd be great. Oh, back one. Thank you. So a preliminary public hearing was required on this scope statement as well. It was held on October 9th. 6 individuals attended the hearing. No individuals who attended the hearing made an oral statement. We did receive one written comment during the open public comment period. And again, that comment is outlined in the green sheet materials. So we're moving into, as I mentioned, invasive species in NR 40. Current invasive species regulations haven't been updated since 2015, and invasive species distributions and presence in the state can change significantly during that time. Can you advance the slide, please? All right, thank you. So Wisconsin has an invasive species council. They convene species assessment groups, and together they provide recommendations to the department on potential changes to Chapter NR 40. In August of 2024, the Invasive Species Council provided recommendations which led to the scope statement being brought to you before you today. NR 40 primarily categorizes invasive species into one of two categories, prohibited or restricted. So prohibited means that the species can't be transported, transferred, introduced, or possessed in the state. Control or management of prohibited species can be required by the department. Usually this category either exists in small pockets or is not yet present in the state, so management at that time is feasible. Restricted are the species that are already widespread, so we don't require control or management. Restricted species can't be transferred, transported, or introduced. So you can see example of both of these on the right. First, we have garlic mustard. Garlic mustard is in the restricted category because it is established in the state. Additionally, below, we have, help me out. Yeah. Yep, one more. Additionally, kudzu is in the prohibited category because it is not yet present in the state. So in addition to potentially adding or amending the lists of species that are in the prohibited or restricted category, this rule may also rephrase or clarify compliance and enforcement related provisions because, just like in our amphibian and reptile rule, we have these provisions about what you can and can't do, how you can't move these species. And we've heard that they're not always as clear for our law enforcement or for our customers. So we wanted to update some of these to provide more clarity. So that is my presentation today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions for the last time.
Okay, we have no public speakers on this item and no written submittals. Questions from the board? I don't see anybody on the screen. It's all quiet. Hearing none, can we have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the scope statement for Board Order NH-08-25.
Thank you, Rachel. We have a motion to approve from Rachel. Is there a second?
This is Deb. I'll second it.
Thank you, Deb. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Chair, one comment quick.
Oh,
on
go ahead,
motion.
Doug.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to let you know that the board know that, I've got a appointment to the Invasive Species Council, so I sit on that one as well, and it's just amazing to see the work that gets done back there, that those assessment groups that work on these species and recommendations to list them. We've got some really good experts working on these things, and pretty confident we're doing good work in the state to protect the environment from invasive species. So, yeah.
Thanks for that insight, Doug. Any further comments? Okay, we have a motion to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
You've had a good run. Okay, item 4F, request the board approve statement of scope for Board Order FH 10-25 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 20, 21, 22, and 23 related to interpretation of possession limits between the boundary waters between Wisconsin and neighboring states and the inland and outlying waters. Kari Lee Zimmerman, Fisheries Regulation and Policy Specialist. Welcome, Kari.
Good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Kuhn, members of the board. I'm Kari Lee Zimmerman with the Bureau of Fisheries, and I am here, requesting approval of the scope statement for Board Order 10 FH-10-25, which relates to possession of fish, and also relating to possession of for fishing tournaments. So we are at just the approval of the scope statement. We were required to hold a preliminary public hearing, which we did, and there were no comments and no attendees. So the intent of this rule is to evaluate the statewide fish possession limits with the goal of improving consistency in interpretation and possession limits between the boundary waters between Wisconsin and neighboring states, and also inland and outlying waters. The current rules are a bit ambiguous as to whether boundary water possession limits and inland water possession limits can be reached simultaneously, allowing anglers to possess fish in excess of each respective limit based on where the fish were harvested. And also current rules are also unclear about whether boundary water possession limits apply to each boundary water or the boundary waters overall. This rule will also improve language and provide clarity relating to fishing tournaments, which will include addressing possession limit exceptions for tournament caught fish that will be donated to food distribution services. So that is the intent of this rule going forward. So with that, I am requesting the approval of the scope statement.
Thank you, Kari. We have no public speakers and no written material on this topic. Are there questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion to approve.
I move approval of the scope statement for FH-10-25 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve from Robin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Rachel. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Kari. Next item is 4G. Request the board approve statement of scope for Board Order WA-9-25 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 660 to 679 relating to technical corrections, clarifications, and minor modifications to hazardous waste regulations and repeal of superseded NR 187 household hazardous waste and grant program regulations. Kate Strom-Yorns, Waste and Materials Management Bureau Director.
Good morning, Chair
Welcome,
Smith.
Kate.
Thank you. And good morning all board members. I'm Kate Strum-Hirons, the Director of the Waste and Materials Management Program. And I'm here today to request approval of the scope statement for WA 0925 related to technical corrections and clarifications of our hazardous waste rule and repeal of NR 187. We did hold a preliminary hearing on October 30th, at which there were 8 people who attended, but no one provided any comments, and we did not receive any written comments after the hearing either. So just a bit of background to let you know what we hope to do with this rule. The DNR is authorized by the Environmental Protection Agency to manage our state hazardous waste program, and our state regulations must be analogous with the federal regulations in order to maintain that authorization. So this rule will just make some technical corrections to our hazardous waste regs located at NR 660 to 679. And the goal is to reduce those inconsistencies with any federal regulations or changes they've made since we've had our code on the books, and to clarify language and definitions to reduce any confusion for our regulated community. And this would also, the rule would also repeal NR 187, which is related to household hazardous waste grant program regulations. The grant program was originally established at DNR around 1985 to provide financial assistance to municipalities to operate collection and disposal of household hazardous waste, such as used oil or paint, things like that. And these programs are also known as clean sweep programs. But however, the management of these grants has since that time moved over to the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection. And so these regulations are actually already under ACCAP 34 at this time. And so when we did a review of looking at our duplicative or obsolete regulations that we're required to do every few years, we noted that NR 187 could be rescinded, and this rule gives us that opportunity to do so. And we have discussed this with DATCAP. They are aware and approve of us making this change. So at this time, I just request that you approve the scope statement so we can start rule writing, but happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Kate. We have no public speakers or other written communication on this topic. Are there questions from the board? Doug, I see you on screen. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Kate. So that when they move that clean sweep program over, is it still in existence? I mean, obviously you have to go through DATCAP, I'm assuming, to get funds or to implement a clean sweep program. Is that where it is, or are we still, or is DNR still doing that?
Exactly. It is all over at the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection. We can provide, technical assistance to them, but they run the grant program and manage those assistance to localities.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Jeff, you're next. Up, Jeff, I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. I just want to say that working in the field and conservation and on a lot of farms and so forth, these clean sweep programs are just amazing. I think for, when they weren't offered, as we walk these fields, we'd see all kinds of chemicals and stuff in the ditches, and providing an opportunity outlet for these hazards is just a fantastic program, and I'm a big supporter. So hats off to both Department of Agriculture and DNR for making this program happen.
Thank you, Jeff. Other questions or comments?
I would just echo what
Robin?
Jeff said. Just kudos to the department for starting program, making it, it's everywhere. And people like clean sweep, people understand exactly what you're talking about. And it's, very heavily used. So a lot of hard work went into the creation, and I applaud DATCAP for continuing with the good work that you guys started.
Agreed. Thanks.
Other comments? Hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion to approve.
Move approval?
Robin moves approval. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Doug seconds. Any further comments or discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Kate. Okay, at this point, we normally take our break at 10. I'd suggest we do it now. Our next topic is going to be a little longer briefing, and we have an appearance scheduled for that. So if the board's all right with that, that's adjourned until 10 minutes after the hour. We'll resume. So we'll see you all again at 10:10. Thank you.
pictured of deer myself, but 5 parts I had to put up and push.
We'll call the Natural Resources Board meeting back into order. We're on item 4H, which is to request approval of department recommendations for Lake Michigan and Green Bay Lake Whitefish quotas. Scott Hansen, Fisheries Biologist Senior. Scott, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Smith, Secretary Hune, and the rest of the board. I'm very happy to be here. Came in last night, which was a good decision. So yeah, I'm here to present our Lake Whitefish quotas for Green Bay and Lake Michigan and to seek your approval. I am up in the Sturgeon Bay office, so in Door County. So I'm basically right in the middle of things between Green Bay and Lake Michigan in terms of whitefish issues, and I'm very happy to be here to talk to you about this. I would like to acknowledge before I get into this is Eab Tahai, who is our modeler with the Office of Applied Sciences. Was very instrumental in this work. Really a lot of the heavy lifting, the complicated part of working with these models because they are fairly complex models. So I will start in here. That's right, yeah. Okay, so I bought both sets of glasses here. This will be very interesting to see how I can do this. I probably don't really need to look too much at those because I've got notes here. The Green Bay and Lake Michigan whitefish quotas were last updated for the 2024 commercial year. So they've been in place for 2 years. And as you can read here in chapter NR 2506, the process is essentially to make recommendations. This has been streamlined considerably. It's no longer goes through the long rulemaking process, fortunately for us. And it is to make the recommendations, take them to the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board and out to our stakeholders as well, and to review them at greater length than I will here for you today. And then, of course, take them to the Natural Resources Board for approval. I'd like people to keep in mind when I talk about this is these models are just tools in the toolbox. So they're not the end all be all. These are models, and there is a lot of assumptions and errors associated with all models. So these are just something we use to make our decisions, and in fact, in the past, haven't always gone with the actual numbers that have come out of the models. So I encourage people to keep that in mind. A little bit of background here to start, because there have been tremendous changes in the lake whitefish populations in Green Bay and Lake Michigan over the last 30 years. Historically, and still currently to a certain extent, we manage lake whitefish based on one spawning stock, the North Moonlight Bay spawning stock, which spawns essentially off of most of the eastern shore of Door County. And that has been the cornerstone for the longest time, going back centuries. The Big Beta and Ox stock to the north up in northern Green Bay, we don't utilize that information. We don't manage best on that stock of lake whitefish, but we do harvest them. Our fishers harvest a considerable number of fish from that stock based on our tagging studies. What happened about 20 or 30 years ago in Green Bay was a very interesting, a very unique phenomenon in that whitefish began to recolonize Green Bay, particularly the west shore tributaries of Green Bay, in somewhere around the mid-1990s. They were extirpated over a century ago from these rivers. So they found their way back into the rivers and into Green Bay proper, frankly, and a lot of this information we're still trying to get a handle on. And the biological data, a number of tagging studies we have done have shown that they generally stay discrete stocks. So the Green Bay fish that originate from Green Bay will stay in Green Bay. the North Moonlight Bay fish from the lake will stay in the lake. There's a little bit of overlap. So that allowed us to essentially, within the last 5 to 10 years, develop two models, two catch at age models to manage these populations because we historically did it as one spawning stock. This next graph will show you the changes, the shifts in catch rates. This is TrapNet catch rate data, so a number of whitefish caught per pounds lifted in Green Bay and Lake Michigan proper. And essentially, they're going in, have been going in different directions for quite some time now. So this is reflective of the populations. In fact, some of the bigger spikes that you see are during the spawning period when whitefish aggregate and the timing is just right for the commercial fishers and they catch a lot of fish. Lately in Lake Michigan, they've relegated most of their fishing, in fact, the trap netters, to the fall. Whitefish spawn in November. Commercial fishers can fish until the end of October. So if they time it right, you can catch a lot of fish. Most of the fishing takes place in October right now. So had they fished year round as they have in the past, those catch rates in Lake Michigan would be much lower right now. It's almost, it's kind of a little bit, I don't want to say artificially higher, but it's not reflective entirely of when you look back historically and how the catch rates trended. Another major shift and a confounding factor in managing lake whitefish in Green Bay is the advent of a recreational fishery. And this literally came out of nowhere. 2008, all the blanks that you see, the numbers of fish harvested. So these are the numbers of whitefish harvested through the ice in Green Bay, the bars. The black is sport catch, the the yellow is the guide fishery. That blank area is not because we weren't serving, it's because they weren't being caught in any numbers that registered during our creel survey. And what this fishery did was resuscitate the ice fishery in Green Bay. If you look at the red line coming down from the 1990s, that was during the perch heyday, if folks remember how big the perch fishery was in Green Bay. That declined dramatically in the late 90s, early 2000s. So for a while, ice fishing effort was quite low on Green Bay, which is pretty unusual for Green Bay. Along come the whitefish, and the effort just went through the roof. In fact, the guide fishery has responded, and we have this very substantial guide fishery that has developed, such to the point that we had to develop, well, in response, we developed a formal guide reporting system to track how many whitefish were being harvested. So the catch rates have been good. This is unprecedented, not really duplicated in too many other parts of the Great Lakes. The catch rates have come down. You see the bars, they drop around 2019, and the number of fish that are caught, despite the high effort, catch rates have gone down. So there has been a shift, which we've seen in our other data in that fishery as well. The last few years, poor ice. In fact, 22 and 23, you can see are low effort, low catches. Even this 2025 was okay. It was better, but it wasn't a lot to write home about, as you can see here. The ice went out pretty early for a lot of the fishers. So again, what are the major changes in the fishery? I'm going to jump into the model itself and the workings of the model. These are statistical catch at age models. So they're age-based models. They're quite powerful, they're quite versatile, and they're data hungry. So we can put a lot of different kinds of information, which we do feed them. Thanks to folks like YIAB helping us kind of massage the data, gives us exploitation or mortality rates, population abundance, a variety of different metrics that really help us manage the fishery well, especially something to this scale. And it also allows forecasting. So it allows us to forecast a year or two into the future, unlike a lot of the more basic fishery models that are out there. Most of the data is commercially sourced. That's not unusual. In fact, most models in the Great Lakes are almost exclusively commercial data, which is fine. You're managing the commercial fishery. You're trying to duplicate in the model what they do. However, it does open up some holes in the data and some places where you could really shore up the information. So that's our fishery dependent data. We actually collect fishery independent data as well. That, as we can see here, goes into the Green Bay model. So we have the commercial recreational harvest effort, the age composition, so we know what proportion of fish are at a particular age and how they're moving throughout the population, length and weighted age, a lot of variables here, but bringing in number 6 and number 7, the young of the year and these juvenile indices allow us to feed the model information before the fish hit the fishery, which is usually around 8 or 9 years old. They aren't actually harvested in the commercial fishery. So there is kind of a gap that you're letting the model without giving it information, or it has to use current information to fill in historical information or previous data. So that's really important. The Sturgeon Bay office does a lot of work. I have to give a shout out to the staff there. We do a lot of whitefish work throughout the year. November is extremely busy. We're managing and evaluating populations in Green Bay, Lake Michigan, in the rivers in a variety of different places. And we not only look at the adults or what's harvested, but we're looking at them at all life stages. In fact, all the way down to the egg stage, so -1 years. And we also do larval work. We do trawling work, which is the young of the year information to look at the strength of the year class, the juveniles, all the way up to the commercial monitors, of which we do about 15 commercial monitors a year at the dockside and on their boats. So we're pretty whitefish intense in the Sturgeon Bay office. And finally, in the last 20 years, we've also either independently or collaborated on at least 25 studies that have focused in on lake whitefish because they're such an important commercial and native species. And these are informing our management using things like tagging, genetics work, looking at bycatch in the commercial fishery, so non-target species, guide reporting, things like that. Information that also feeds our management, informs our management, so we can responsibly manage these populations. And we get a lot of assistance from our UW schools in this work. So we've collaborated quite a bit over the years. So that's enough for the background information. I'm going to throw you some results. Okay, so these numbers that you're looking at here, and this is a graph that is one of my favorites because one of the most powerful things about these models is you can look at individual age classes. So this looks maybe is a little confusing looking. You can look at the obvious trend, which is a decline. So this is Lake Michigan. This is the model population by age class. So at the very top in the black, those are the 3-year-olds. The next one down, which I think is red, is 4-year-olds. So essentially the model starts at 3 years old. And for example, that peak is 1999. If you go 3 years back, that's the 1996 year class, and so on and so on. So essentially, that's tracking these young fish coming into the population as they move throughout the population to the current, almost to the current year. 3 years out to 30 plus years. So you can't even pick those out, the 30, 25, 30-year-old fish that are at the bottom of this graph. But suffice it to say, there's not a lot of them there. We haven't seen a good year class in Lake Michigan since the early 2000s, since about 2003, 2004. You can see from here, if you look closely enough, that by the early 2000s, those 3, 4-year-old fish, 5-year-old fish just drop off and continue to drop off. There's just nothing feeding that population. The good thing is the mortality was fairly low, and the number of fish that were produced in the 1990s was phenomenal. It was just through the roof. Bringing up the Green Bay, oops, and I went too far. Go back, yeah. So I'm going to show you or bring up the Green Bay, the same information for the Green Bay population model. And it's different. There's more year classes, there's more variability in terms of younger fish coming into the population. So again, those are those peaks, those black peaks especially. They're showing that in 03, 09, 2015, we had some really big year classes feeding this population, which is very important. Now, the trend is the same. And as you can see, and that's the other take-home point from this. Again, without getting lost in all the numbers, because those are just age classes and abundances of age classes. The trend is going similar, and it's showing some familiar signs that we had seen in Lake Michigan a little while ago. So we're certainly concerned about that. But at least in recent years, we still have fish being produced. We still have young fish coming into the population here, albeit not at the numbers that were 10 or 15 years ago when we had these big year classes. If you can see the scale on here, this is one thing that's really important. The scale is about twice as high for the Lake Michigan as the Green Bay population. So I didn't explain to that, but the y-axis is like at peaks in the late 1990s at about 20 to 25 million fish. The Green Bay model is estimating about half of that at the peak. So it's not to say we don't have a strong population in Green Bay, but what we had in Lake Michigan was phenomenal. And that's what sustained this fishery for a long time, for decades now. So I'm going to now present our quota recommendations. So the top table is last year's, or excuse me, the last total allowable catch recommendation for Green Bay and Lake Michigan, the harvestable surplus, if you will, at around 2.2 million pounds in Green Bay and a little short of 900,000 pounds in Lake Michigan. We take the Green Bay harvestable surplus number and we split it in half. So that's evenly divided between our recreational fishery and our commercial fishery. So the quota for all of Green Bay was 1.14. The table below shows the recommendations for 2026, and this is what I'm going to present for you today. Green Bay, we held the same. The model was coming up with similar estimates, not too far off. The year classes that the commercial fishery targets that are most present in their catch are still fairly strong out there. So there is enough to sustain at the exploitation rates that we've given the model the same amount of harvest that was for the last time. Lake Michigan, on the other hand, has dropped tremendously for obvious reasons. That population is not doing particularly well. So that's down, I think it was around 37%. We've dropped that about 240,000 pounds, something like that. So it's gone from 876,000 to 536,000 pounds for Lake Michigan. And then the quotas, and this is more as well about the history, the individually transferable quota system that was employed in the whitefish fishery in Lake Michigan in 1889, 1990 is still sustained. And that was something that the commercial fishers decided upon, agreed upon, was best for their business models. And so we divide those quotas, what's currently 1.12 million and 534,000 between different zones: Northern Green Bay, Southern Green Bay, Northern Lake Michigan, Southern Lake Michigan. Historically, they all was just one lump sum. Zone 2 got 80%, Zone 1 got 10%, Zone 3 got 10% when we did it as one spawning stock. Now you can see the red line, the north end of Green Bay at the north tip of Door County, it's split. So that made Zone 2 a little more complicated, and that was agreed upon with the fishers a few years ago. So these are the numbers and how they fall out, and it simply goes into a formula and an equation so that fishers that are down in Zone 3 get so many pounds of fish, get 234,000 fish. The north end of Lake Michigan that get 300,000 pounds of fish. So these are, but the actual changes were fairly substantial because the fishers had to adapt to our current two-model system between Green Bay and Lake Michigan. The last graph I'm going to throw at you here is putting this all together, looking at the catch history between Green Bay and Lake Michigan since the beginning of this ITQ system, 1990. And if you pay attention to the blue bars, that's Lake Michigan. That's what drove the fishery for a long time. You could see coming out of 1990, the harvest over 1 million fish, between the two bodies of water, 1.5 to 2 million pounds of fish. We are no longer there. We are barely hitting 1 million pounds right now in between the two, and most of it is coming from Green Bay. So it's essentially flipped. Historically, and those gray bars that show Green Bay are almost exclusively northern Green Bay. So they were still catching that North Moonlight Bay, that Lake Michigan stock. The southern Green Bay stock did not exist then until 10 or 15 years ago. So now those gray bars represent southern Green Bay fishery. Most of the fish are coming out of southern Green Bay instead of northern Green Bay. The Lake Michigan fishery is still Lake Michigan proper, but the vast majority of the fish now, 60 or 70% of them come from Zone 3, the trawler. You're familiar with the trawler down there in the Manitowoc Two Rivers area. They're actually accounting for 60 to 70% of the harvest right now with that active fishing gear. And along the right side are essentially just the historical TACs, sorry, that's not defined there, total allowable catch. And those models, those TACs just started a few years ago, but you can see the difference between the gray bar, or the gray line at the top and the gray bars and the blue line and the blue bars. They're still not catching their quotas, especially in Lake Michigan. But now with this new proposal, at least it'll be closer to what they've been harvesting. Meanwhile, the total allowable catch will stay the same for Green Bay. And my final slide is just a recap. We have run the models over the course of the last few months. They have been taken out to the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board for review. The public on October 29th, there are the websites. Believe it or not, those presentations are considerably longer than the one you're hearing today. They're very detailed. And then the Natural Resources Board today. The Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board did support these proposed quotas. They were in support of them as a whole. And then again, pending review and the decision today, these quotas will be implemented for the 2026 fishing season. The last thing I'm going to leave with is kind of looking ahead. I think we should revisit these models more frequently. The code says we need to do it at least every 3 years. We should be doing it now every 1 to 2 years, given the trends and in the population. And this is not Wisconsin exclusively. This is consistent in most of the Great Lakes, with the exception of Lake Superior. And Lake Superior, as you may know, is a more stable system. They've not suffered the hardships, if you will, of all the onslaught of the invasive species. They have them, and they're there on their doorstep. But for the most part, they've been able to dodge some of that. So this challenge is being felt throughout most places in the Great Lakes. Green Bay is actually the bright spot. Green Bay is under the microscope. I get a lot of calls from people that want to talk about and get information from a place that whitefish are still doing okay, because we still have it. And we're extremely fortunate for that. And then finally, the exploitation rates. We dropped the exploitation rate, meaning the percentage of fish that we allowed to be harvested from the total population. In Lake Michigan, we dropped it from 40 to 35%. It's still at 35% for Green Bay. But if these trends continue, we need to have some more serious discussions amongst ourselves about lowering the exploitation rates to make things more conservative and to preserve the stocks that we have out there right now. And that's all I have for you today. If you have any questions, thank you.
Any quick questions for Scott? As I said, we have one appearance on this topic, and if you have anything for clarity, we can cover it quickly. Otherwise, let's move to our appearance, and then we'll come back to questions afterwards. Thank you, Scott. Our appearance is Charlie Henriksen, Ellison Bay, representing himself. Topic is whitefish quotas. Charlie, I see on the screen. Can you hear us all right?
I can hear you just fine, Chairman Smith.
And we can hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. And I know you got your buzzer going today, so I'm going to be brief. The first thing I want to say is that I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about this. As you all know, I've been intimately involved in it for over 40 years. So it's good to hear that we've got a proposal that makes sense to all of us. I want to compliment what I believe is a change in policy of some sort, that we actually had someone involved in the actual research come and brief you about it. Scott works very hard. We sometimes disagree, but for you to hear directly rather than hear from somebody interpreting his work, I think is a great change that I'm not familiar with it ever happening in all my experience. So 3 quick points. While Green Bay has declined, the stock is still incredibly robust and seems to be maintaining. And that is kind of across the board. I don't know why they didn't bite on a hook last winter, but maybe we'll have different luck this year. Some of our concerns that when we talk about joint management, we've believed for years that the trawler that operates up and down the state line in Michigan, and particularly now in their little sliver of southern Green Bay below Chambers Island, is something that needs to be looked at. Many of our fishers have concerns about damage to undersized fish because of the nature of the trawl, and the idea that one operation there has access to fish in abundance as great as all of us together do in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin certainly controls a much larger portion of the bay. And then the commercial fishery in Lake Michigan, particularly in Zone 2, is already self-regulating. You know, Scott referred to catch efforts being high because we only fish at certain times. Well, that's absolutely true. We could fish harder there, but we don't think it's in our interest to do that. But we do think the fishing we do in October and December, and if the weather conditions are right in the spring, which we haven't done for a few years, gives great information about what's happening in our part of the lake. So we want to say that due to the nature of the quota system and the way it's individually allocated, that while further reductions might seem to be the way to go, it would really curtail the information that we're providing to the department. So there are just a few thoughts here, but thank you for taking care of this, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate your comments and your perspective. You've got a lifetime on Lake Michigan, and we appreciate that. You also adapted really well to the lights. I compliment you. That's a big switch.
Thank you.
Those 3 minutes are tough for everybody.
Yeah.
Board have any questions for Charlie? Okay, your points are well taken and very clear. Thank you, Charlie. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to Scott. The board have questions or comments for Scott? Robin?
Two questions. One is, it's really impressive to see the fishery doing okay in the Green Bay area. And I wonder if there's any correlation to all of the focus and effort that has been done to clean up the Green Bay from the discharges, PCBs and other contaminants, sediment, things like that. Do you think that's a contributing factor to the health of the fishery?
Absolutely. I bring this up many times. Fisheries, not to say that they get any credit for what happened there. The Natural Resource Agency as a whole does, but in particular, what was done in those rivers with the Clean Water Act, with the PCB cleanup, all the work there set the stage. I mean, Lake Fox River, let's just take that for an example, was in really bad shape. There weren't many species that could survive there. The fact that we have reproducing populations of lake whitefish, walleyes, sturgeon to a certain point is nothing short of a miracle. And it's something for me to see these recolonization, these fish come back after extirpation after 100 years is just a dream come true as a fisheries biologist. And that's the Menominee River as well, and all the rivers. The Oconto River, we've done egg work in the Oconto and the Peshtigo River the last few years, looking at egg deposition there. And I did some research of the history of the Oconto River. And there were whitefish runs there. There's reports of them. A lot of it was because of the logging efforts there in the mills there, the paper mills. So absolutely. I mean, that is like at ground zero baseline, the fact that those rivers are hospitable to these populations, and whitefish are a fairly sensitive species. So absolutely, it's great.
And then I have one other question. With respect to the decline that we're seeing, you're very impressive with everything that you know, so I don't know if you know this or not, but I think what I had heard was perhaps the influence of the invasive mussels, the quagga mussels and the zebra mussels.
Mhm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are those what's having the biggest detrimental effect? I'm sure.
Right. Yeah, that's the prevailing thought. And for Lake Michigan proper, for Lake Huron, those two, because they're very similar water bodies, is that the mussels, the dry-sended mussels, meaning the quagga and the zebra mussels, have essentially taken the legs out of the food web, the base of the food chain. So they compete with the food that the larval or post-larval whitefish eat, those small zooplankton invertebrate. They are eliminating that, decreasing the population of the zooplankton of the base, that level in the trophic system in the food web. And so essentially they're eliminating the food. If you're familiar with a critter called Diparia, it's an amphipod. It's like a freshwater, it's a scud, like a freshwater shrimp, people might say. That was the bread and butter for lake whitefish for forever. They're virtually eliminated from Lake Michigan, which is just unbelievable. And it is all most likely because of what the mussels have done. So they've stripped out. Green Bay, on the other hand, is productive enough, and this is the great irony, right? There's enough productivity, enough production, nutrients coming into Green Bay, which is always a good thing at a certain level, to likely what we think to offset the effects of the dry-scented mussels, as well as there's information that dry-scenteds haven't really colonized Green Bay quite as extensively as they have Lake Michigan. So there's this balancing act going on, and whitefish are benefiting from it in Green Bay.
So really important to keep those out of all the other lakes.
Yeah, it sure is. I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Other questions for Scott? Doug, I see you on screen. You're up.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the info, Scott. This is good stuff. So the two recruitment areas you put on the map, the one like Michigan and in northern up near Big Bay Denok up there, so those are whitefish spawning areas primarily.
Mm-hmm.
So then in Green Bay, you talked about the rivers and their returns to the rivers. Are the rivers also spawning areas, and are they contributing to recruitment very much?
They are. We have tagged a lot of fish between the work we've done on UW Stevens Point, and a lot of them show up in the commercial fishers' nets and Charlie's nets. In fact, we were able to tell them that's a Fox River fish, that's a Menominee River fish, whatever it is, because they're have a lot of fidelity to their spawning areas, generally speaking. However, more research, more information has led us to believe, to give us the insight to say that the rivers are not entirely responsible, and maybe a small proportion of Green Bay. In fact, they're probably spawning in Green Bay proper, like Larson's Reef and other reef structures. And we don't have a good handle on that at all. But the numbers, the sheer numbers that we see in our surveys and in the commercial catch, the rivers can't really mathematically be responsible. They're good runs, they're very strong runs, but mathematically they're probably not responsible for the catch rates that the commercial fishers see.
Yeah, and that's where I was going with it too, is the sustainability of those other recruitment areas and seeing the trends that we're seeing. Are the rivers gonna ever help us with sustainability in regard to recruitment and population trends?
Right. Yeah, kind of depends on the scale you're talking about, right? And what you're expecting from them. And we have a hard time measuring that in the rivers too, because there's the effect of the dams, and there's this gear saturation issue. So they just all pile up there. So we have a really hard time. We mark a lot of fish and we don't get many recaps. A lot of it's because the fish are coming and going so much. So we really don't have a great handle on what's in there, but it's substantial, and it could be enough to kind of, I know it's being done in Michigan, to kind of hold the line for a little while anyway, until maybe things shift in the lake proper, but that might be the best hope.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions? I have one for you, Scott, just sort of a tag on to what Doug was asking about. Other than cleaning up the water quality, are there things that the department could look at to enhance habitat for whitefish in the rivers or in Lower Green Bay?
Absolutely. Well, there's two things. One of the biggest things, which would be an enormous task that we're doing a little bit, is actually allowing fish to go above the dams. Because there's some great habitat, and I don't know it that well. It's not my area, but about, like the Menominee River, the Peshtigo River, there's some stuff based on the work that we've done with egg deposition. If we pass some fish up there and allowed them to spawn, similar to what we're doing with lake sturgeon on the Menominee River, that could give us a little more credit. The rivers themselves, certainly and I don't know them all that well, but there's been major changes in those rivers in terms of the habitat. So if we could, as simple as it sounds, dump more rock in certain places, the right rock in the right places, we might be able to add some more habitat. It's being done in as part of the area of concern below the De Pere Dam right now, trying to divide up the limited habitat there between whitefish, walleyes, and sturgeon, and decide, if you're familiar with that, who gets what and what works for whom. So yeah, the habitat work there, even out on the reefs, there's work done in Michigan waters, like these spawning reefs out in the lake proper. The problem is it's great habitat for colonization for mussels. So that's a really tough one. So yeah, those types of things I think could help. They could, buy us some more fish in the long run. But man, it's just the enormity of the mussels and what they bring to the picture really makes things really complicated. And even that, in terms of moving fish above the dams, then we have the invasive species issues. I'm sure a lot of people cringe in other, bureaus when I say this, that we want to move fish above the dams because they're keeping a lot of invaders from moving upstream into these places. So that won't be a simple task.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? I think we're ready for a motion to approve.
This is Patty. I'll move to approve the department recommendations for lake whitefish quotas in Lake Michigan and Green Bay.
Thank you, Patty. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
This is Deb. I'll second it.
Thank you, Deb. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Scott.
Yep. And now you know who I am. Any further questions, please get a hold.
Appreciate it. Oh, I also failed to mention earlier, and I should have, we've received 2 written inputs on this particular topic as well. Stephen Alt corresponded with the board against the proposal, concerned that it's overly favorable to commercial fishing interests. And Greenfire, William Fisher, corresponded support for the proposal. With that, we'll move on to 4I, an easement acquisition under the Forest Legacy Program in Iron County. Terry Bay, Director, Bureau of Facilities and Lands, and Ron Gropp, Forest Legacy Program Coordinator. Terry, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman. Thank you. Good morning, Secretary Yoon and the rest of the board. Thank you for letting me present this project this morning from Fish the Forest. And if you know the building, they're all located on the 4th floor. The department is requesting approval to acquire 1,006.7 acre working forest conservation and access easement from Fourth Castle Vermont Timber LLC for a total cost of $553,700. This acquisition will be for the Forest Legacy Program and will be in Iron County, the town of Oma. The acquisition will be financed with a combination of funds, including Federal Forest Legacy Grant in the amount of approximately $415,000, which is 75% of the acquisition, and the remaining approximately $138,000, which is the remaining 25% from the Warren Knowles Gaylord Nelson Stewardship Program. If approved, the department is also requesting the establishment of the official name of this acquisition as State Line Forest Conservation Easement. The forest cover on this property consists of productive northern mixed hardwood with scattered open-grown red and white pine that will also provide valuable upland habitat for numerous plant and animal species. This includes important habitat for the endangered American marten, Wisconsin's only endangered mammal. Lowland community types, including wetlands and meadows, are also present on the property. The department has received resolutions in support of this easement acquisition from Iron County and the town of Oma. The property is accessible from multiple roads going through the property and adjacent to the property. And finally, the property will be open to all 5 nature-based outdoor activities, including hunting, fishing, trapping, hiking, cross-country skiing. This public access will be limited to foot traffic. Motorized access to the public will be prohibited. This is a working forest conservation easement for the Forest Legacy Program. So Ron is here to take a couple minutes to highlight some of the important benefits of that program.
Welcome, Ron.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. Pleasure to be here with you today to talk a little bit about the Forest Legacy Program. The primary purpose in review is principally to protect environmentally important forest lands from conversion to non-forest use. That's essentially the purpose of the program. A strong second is to keep working forest landscapes working here in Wisconsin. And I've got a next slide that kind of demonstrates why that is so important here in Wisconsin. Typically, we look at our conservation easement program in terms of these easements allowing traditional forest management uses to continue on the landscaping, including commercial forest management activities, recreation, and public access. So really looking at the public benefit that we get from these protected properties. Okay, this slide here, what I'd like to illustrate here is the value and benefit of conservation easements and why they're so important in this first illustration here. Parcelization is so critically important to what is occurring in Wisconsin and quite honestly nationally. But Wisconsin tracks fairly closely to what is occurring across the nation here in terms of fragmentation. I'm 35 years into my career as a forester, and fragmentation, parcelization, and intergenerational transfer of ownership have been issues my entire career. And so this is kind of what we continue to see on the landscape. On the right-hand side of the slide here, what we look at in terms of, I guess, a barometer in terms of what's happening with our large private industrial blocks here in Wisconsin. We look at managed forest law, large account status. Essentially 1,000 acres or larger enrolled in managed forest law. Certainly not all large landowners in Wisconsin are enrolled in the program. We think the majority of them are. But what we see, or what we've seen over the last 26 years, going back to 1999, is this steady decline in enrollment. And what does that tell us about what's going on the landscape? What it tells us is that large landowners in Wisconsin continue to divest of their interests in the state. So as they change hand, they continue to sell off tracts that they feel are more appropriate for a higher and better use, right? And so as that large block of land ownership continues to shrink, we have more and more landowners owning smaller and smaller tracts. So the connection there that I'd like to make is that, first of all, once they're broken apart, it's really hard to put them back together. So keeping them intact in terms of large working forest landscapes is really important. Just from that standpoint alone, we like to reduce the rate of conversion along that spectrum. And additionally, supporting some of the other values that we see here in the state of Wisconsin, like the recreation, like the forest products industry. We know that private forest lands contribute the majority of raw materials to supply our wood using industry here in Wisconsin. It comes from private lands, not state, not county, not federal. It's really on private lands. And so another reason why keeping these large tracts of lands intact is so critically important. Remains in private ownership, which is a huge benefit here, and on the tax rolls. So we hold the easement, but it stays in private ownership. The management is the responsibility of the landowner. We approve the forest management plan, but essentially they retain the responsibility to manage those forest resources over the term of the easement, which in this case is in perpetuity. And then, of course, we as the public, gain these additional public benefits like recreation, clean air, clean water, wood products, and things. Last slide, and just bear with me here real quick. And this is really just to sort of, promote the program. 360,000 acres and counting that we've been able to protect here in Wisconsin since the inception of the program. Wisconsin's been a part of the program since 2000. And I think what this number really reflects is the track record of success that we've had here in the state with a lot of the large landowners who are willing to enter into these long-term conservation agreements. So that's really all I have, and I'll certainly open it up to any questions that the board might have.
Okay, we don't have any speakers or written materials on this one. The board have any questions or comments? Doug, I see you on screen. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So with the conservation easement and the restriction for public motorized use, does that restriction apply to forest management too? Or are they able to bring in equipment and normal equipment operations to do the forest management on its parcel?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as the private landowner, that's their responsibility in order to facilitate the commercial implementation and application of sustainable forest management practices. They'll be able to bring their own, equipment, machinery in there to affect those particular practices.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Other questions, comments? Robin?
I apologize, maybe I should have had a briefing on this. So what's in it for the landowner? So the price of purchasing this easement goes to the landowner, and then they use that to help manage land into the future. And then is this a limited year easement, or is it a permanent easement?
It would be a perpetual easement. Yep. And so the benefit to the landowner is, well, there's certainly a financial benefit to that. Essentially what we're purchasing from them is their development rights. So they're giving up certain rights. Those rights have value, and that's essentially what we're paying for.
Other questions or comments? I have one for you, Ron. With these easements to keep it in big block management, good silvicultural practices, and ensure public recreational access, there's just a lot of value in this. The question I have is, my very limited lay perspective of silvicultural practices, there's a fairly wide range of what's acceptable. And the benefits of having a diverse natural forest community being managed for timber products are very different than the benefits that might come out of very intensive row crop plantation silviculture. Are there any limits or guidelines in the agreement that would encourage the owners to manage more for a more diverse complement of habitats within the land, to afford benefits to a wider range of species, and also maybe greater benefits for recreational aesthetics and that sort of thing?
I think that comes into play with the forest management plan that has to be reviewed and approved by the chief state forester. Certainly the easement instrument itself doesn't necessarily dictate those sorts of things. It's really in where we find that is in the forest management plan. So, and also being rolled in the managed forest law, you know, they have what's called a management commitment. And that commitment essentially just lays out, their commitment to sound, sustainable forestry, the implementation thereof using generally accepted silvicultural practices based on what they have on that landscape. Now, in this case, it's mostly mixed northern hardwood. I would certainly expect that would continue to be the case going forward, that they're managing for those particular forest products and that particular habitat, things in those regards. But certainly they have broad, if you will, flexibility to implement other silvicultural. For example, they wanted to convert, a northern hardwood stand to a red pine stand. They can certainly do that, and vice versa.
I just familiar from the recreational side of dealing with row crop intensive management and the furrowing and everything else that goes with it. And I'm just curious in screening these for projects that would be ranked highly for forest legacy funding or complementary funding. Are those factors that we would take into account about whether or not you would recommend funding these? If it's a land that's more suited to a more diverse forest complement and at probably a more opportunity there for a wide range of public benefits in perpetuity. If somebody takes one of those and furrows it deeply and puts it in red pine, you're going to have a monoculture. It's not going to benefit a wide range of species. It may be highly productive from a financial and a wood product standpoint. So there's trade-offs there.
Certainly trade-offs. Again, I think we would take a hard look at that in the forest management plan. If there's like a significant shift in how their management is going to take place, we'd certainly want to make sure that it conforms to our best management practices, our generally accepted practices with our forest management guidelines and things in those regards.
But in this case, this particular parcel is conducive to northern hardwoods and that type of management.
Principally speaking, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, Terry, go ahead.
Just want to make sure the board hears a recommendation from the department. We are requesting the board approve the purchase of a working forest conservation easement on 1,006.7 acres from Orth Castle Vermont Timber LLC for $553,700 for the Forest Legacy Program in Iron County, and that the board establish an official name of the subject property of State Line Forest Conservation Easement under the authority of MC 2281.1.
Thank you, Terry. With that recommendation, I think we're now in order for a motion.
I'll make that motion, Chair. This is Doug. I'll make that motion to approve the purchase of the working forest conservation easement.
Thank you, Doug. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
This is Jeff Hastings. I'll second that.
Thank you, Jeff. We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Ron. Next item is acceptance of a donation. Dairyman's Foundation Incorporated donated $15,000 to the Bureau of Fisheries Management Office of Applied Science to support the MS research of Max Wilkinson at the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point to better understand fish community production dynamics in lakes with sustained and declining walleye natural recruitment. Karen, we have your name on this one.
I think we are just requesting your approval for the acceptance of this generous donation.
This donation is handled differently than most of them. Most of them come through on consent agenda earlier in the meeting. And in this particular case, it's a donation for research activities. And those, I'm told, require a specific approval from the board. So this one's a little bit different. With that, could we have a motion from the board?
I'll make a motion to approve the acceptance of the research donation.
Got a motion to approve from Rachel. Is there a second?
This is Deb. I will second.
Thank you, Deb. We have a second from Deb. And any last discussion of this particular topic?
Just to comment, Chair, I was surprised to see the donation on the regular agenda too, and seems like it's odd that this is the first one we've ever had that's a research-based donation that requires our approval, but oh well.
Yeah, it's a little different than most of them. We have them occasionally, though. I've seen a few of them come through like this.
Thank you.
Yep.
We have them come and present their findings as an informational item.
Well, not often directly, but usually it comes through with recommendations from the fisheries program about rule changes, management changes. But if you have a particular interest, we can certainly request. Was someone trying to get in? Okay, I think we'll go back to the motion. We have the motion and a second, and any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 5 on the agenda, open forum. And open forum, I appreciate the patience from our presenters under open forum. We have 3. Normally we catch them right after break. We had a couple of other items coming up that didn't appear to take too long, so we stayed on agenda. It lasted a little longer than I thought. So Jim, apologize for the extra minutes of waiting. Jim Olson is first from Madison, petitioning on the revised home lake rule petition, speaking for the petitioners and on the petition topic.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Smith, Secretary Young, members of the board. I did submit some written comments on this, but after I submitted the written comments, I had the good fortune of listening to a presentation before the Wisconsin Invasive Species Council. And I see that member Doug Cox was also on that. I couldn't get off the mute, so I never could say anything. But there was an excellent presentation by Jake Vanderzanden, the director of the UW Center for Limnology. And he talked about invasive species and specifically spiny water fleas. I checked out his background, and he'd been cited 28,000 times on the subject from many, many subjects. But he certainly is an expert on spiny water fleas, and the Limnology Center has written an article about how spiny water fleas have devastated Lake Mendota. And in fact, and this was cited in your aquatic invasive species guidelines, that to restore the water quality of Lake Mendota due to spiny water fleas would be about over $1 million a year. Well, following his presentation, I do have emails, so I emailed him. And I said, due to my concern about spiny water fleas now being found in northern Wisconsin, what are your thoughts? And he immediately responded and said I could share his comments with the board. I'm going to quote, "I am also pretty concerned about spiny water flea spread in northern lakes and wake boats as a vector. They are gradually spreading, and many of the lakes in the region are very suitable, clear, generally not exceeding 25 degrees centigrade. They thrive in larger lakes, but we do find them in smaller lakes, as you mentioned. I think they are probably more widespread than we currently know. There was a recent report from Sandy Beach, which is an odd lake for spiny water fleas. Incidentally, this lake is only 110 acres and 13 feet deep. So they're gradually spreading, they're widespread, and we're just seeing the tip of the spear. Now, the prior spokesman talked about he didn't want to wish quagga mussels and zebra mussels on anybody. You sure don't want to wish spiny water fleas on anybody. Now, the Northern Lakes region, the glacial lakes, are the largest concentration of glacial lakes in the world. There are thousands of lakes up there. These are all at risk. Now, what is the department's responsibility? According to the legislature, Wisconsin Stats 23.22 sub 2, the department shall establish a statewide program to control invasive species in this state. It says shall, that's mandatory. Our home lake rule petition is a way to deal with this. It's been pending for, I think, 180 days. And we request that the department move on it so we can get going and dealing with this awful hazard. My time is up, but I'm certainly willing to answer any questions.
3 minutes goes fast. Does the board have questions for Jim? And I appreciate the written package, Jim, you provide. It gives us a lot of insight onto the detail and some of the background on legal requirements and, you know, the other aspects of this particular issue. That's very helpful.
Okay, thank you. And I will give the to Ashley to give to the board, and I'll also give to Deputy Secretary Little the exact comments of Jake Vander Zanden, because I think these are the most significant comments that I've seen. I mean, we've talked before about the risks from other studies, but this is somebody from the University of Wisconsin, right here in Madison, who studied the Wisconsin lakes, and he said he's very concerned with wake surfing being a vector for the spread.
Thank you, Jim. Our next appearance is virtual Carol Phillips, Presque Isle, representing herself on wake surfing. Carol, I can see on the screen, is our audio good?
Thank you. Carol Phillips, I'm a retired civil engineer. I've been to meetings about wake surfing all over Wisconsin, hearing people tell about damage, injuries, and frightening experiences from massive wakes intentionally generated for wake surfing, including a grandma describing an unexpected surf wake knocking over her young grandchild who was wading. The terrified child resurfaced underneath the dock. And a woman bedridden for days when their ski boat hit a surf wake. And a father choking back tears as he told about buying a large pontoon boat so he could take his wheelchair-bound daughter out on the water. A big surf wake jolted the boat, knocking over her wheelchair. He said that due to her condition, she's unable to protect herself in a fall. Had she hit her head on the side rail, it would have been catastrophic. The response from surf groups is, there will always be a few bad apples who don't follow the rules. No. Surfers who have injured or terrified others were usually following the industry recommendations and boating laws, and they were probably unaware of the havoc they caused. They believe the industry's false claim that after 200 feet, their wake is okay. This recommendation is plastered across posters and websites, despite their own study showing that the wake is still 16 inches high after 200 feet. Also, those surfers did not violate the state's hazardous wake law because they stayed far enough away that they were not technically approaching or passing. That approach or pass law, written half a century ago, is obsolete with big expensive boats designed and operated to make the biggest wake possible. And surfers don't witness their own wake hitting other boaters because they are so far beyond before their wake hits. And they don't realize how many other people had to leave the lake because they started surfing. It's the perfect storm, this combination of misinformation from the industry, laws that are obsolete, and surfers that don't see the harm they cause. Lawmakers won't do anything meaningful because the boating industry makes huge political donations, but the DNR can and must provide some education, like the Michigan DNR did 3 years ago. They evaluated the studies and found that the industry's 200 feet from shore recommendation is grossly inadequate. Failure to educate means more injuries and more fishermen, paddlers, skiers, swimmers, and pontooners chased off the water by a growing number of wake surfers. We can't let our lakes become water parks for the wealthy. I hope the DNR will take seriously their mission statement, including the part to ensure the right of all people to use and enjoy these resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Any questions from the board? Robin?
So, are you guys keeping a record when you hear of instances where individuals have been harmed? Is there some, I'm not sure I'd say database, but are you building your documentation process?
Yeah, to some degree, and actually the next speaker can probably answer that question better than me to some degree, but we need to do a better job. And the DNR, unfortunately, does not keep track of near misses. I can vouch for that personally.
Thank you. I can do it.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Carol. Our next presenter is Jeff Meisman, Presque Isle, representing himself, and the topic is wake surfing. Welcome,
Hello.
Jeff.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Meisman. I'm a clean boat, clean water inspector and also a citizen lake monitor. Today I'm going to speak about ballast boat system decontamination for the prevention of aquatic invasive species transfer from lake to lake. To start with, I'm going to quote exactly from the 2024 Malibu Wake Boat Manual section titled Flushing the Ballast Tank System. And I quote, "These procedures have been developed to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species, especially quagga and zebra mussels that attach and infest inside ski, wakeboard boat ballast tank systems. Flushing the system with hot water, 120 degrees Fahrenheit or greater, kill quagga and zebra mussel juveniles and larvae in seconds, and protects water bodies from the many destructive invasive species that hitchhike on trailered watercraft. Finally, it enables boaters to comply with state and federal laws prohibiting the spread of quagga and zebra mussels. Failure to comply could result in boating in the boat being impounded, and the owner could be subject to criminal prosecution." End quote. The boating industry and the lake advocates and even some of the wake surfing community agree with this common sense approach. The DNR and the NRB are the gatekeepers to implementing this solution. Over 400 days ago and many times since, this solution has been proposed to the DNR. On November 18th, Jim Olson and I met with DNR Secretary Karen Yoon and Deputy Secretary Stephen Little to once again propose this common sense, common ground solution. The reason given for the delay is that the DNR needed legislative framework in order to enact a solution like this. I asked the Secretary if they had the legislative framework, then the DNR would take action. She replied, "Of course, Jeff, it would be required by the law." It took just a few minutes of internet search to find the legislative framework, providing the DNR with clear language that they have the responsibility and the authority to enact a rule like this. If legislation framework is required, it had to already exist to enact NR 19-055 and NR 40, both aquatic invasive species prevention rules. The department has the legislative framework to implement this proposed boat decontamination. Based on Wisconsin Statute 23.22, the department shall establish a statewide program to control invasive species in the state. Jim Olson just read that one to you. Under Wisconsin Statute 281.22, the department shall serve as a center unit of state government to protect, maintain, and improve the quality and management of water of the state, ground, and surface, public and private. Because the DNR has the authority and the responsibility to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species, it is required by law to implement preventive regulations. With minimum resources, an emergency order could be enacted stating that recreational boats containing ballast systems cannot be launched in Wisconsin waterways unless their ballast systems have been decontaminated in compliance with DNR protocol. This responsibility of establishing these systems should fall upon the boating industry and the end user, not the Wisconsin taxpayers. Please remember, The mission statement of the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources is to protect and enhance natural resources, our air, land, and water, wildlife, fish, and forest, and the ecosystem that sustain all life. A quality organization will say what you do and do what you say. When is the DNR going to honor its mission statement and do what they say? Thank you, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions, comments from the board?
I would like to say one thing more, and that would be that Scott's presentation, the fish biologist, was most appropriate. And look what happened to the whitefish population in Green Bay and in Lake Michigan. That was primarily due to quagga and zebra mussels. And I'm worried that the same thing is going to happen to all of our inland lakes. But Scott's presentation was spot on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Last call for board questions or comments. Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Thank you.
Bill, if I may, I just want
Yeah,
to
go ahead,
reiterate,
Karen.
Jim and Jeff and Susan, it was really nice to meet with you recently on this issue at your request. I think it was a really good conversation to sort of level set. I did say in that meeting that we do need statutory authority to implement sort of what you're requesting through your petition process. As I think most people in this room know, we really depend on the legislature to give us authority and resources to implement things like this. So that is sort of the same message that I gave to you in that meeting. And I hope it was clear. Happy to work with the legislature on any sort of proposal. And I think, as I mentioned before, we are working on analyzing the Minnesota study and some of the additional research around aquatic invasive species, per a lot of the comments you heard here, to try to get at some recommendations that we can put forward. I'll just say that I am not unsympathetic to what you're doing here, Jim and Jeff and Carol. I know that you care a lot, and I hear that coming through. We are just constrained by what we're able to do based off of the authority that we're given and the resources that we're given to implement. So I just wanted to state that for the group here.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, that's our last appearance under open forum. I do want to mention the board received a couple of written documents to board attention, sort of in the greater context of this meeting. One package came in from a Kevin Cahill, who wanted to appear and was unable to for scheduling, and he sent a bunch of materials in on a proposed private lake in the Cedarburg area. And Mr. Cahill raised concerns with what the impacts might be and what the approval process might be. We also received a package from a Gregory Sipla, who advocated for more law enforcement time focused on traditional fish and game type field activities. Those two were focused more specifically at the board in this meeting. I don't routinely go through all of the written materials that the board receives between meetings. So with that, we can move on to informational items. Item 6A is the master planning update. Erin Reiser, Property Planning Section Manager. Welcome, Erin.
Good morning, Chief Smith, Secretary Hune, and members of the board. My name is Erin Reiser, and I'm the Section Manager for Property Planning. I'll be providing a brief overview of master plans, the planning process, and a summary of each of our 5 active regional master plans. Master planning, also known as property planning, is the process to develop future management of department properties. The master plan authorizes actions and developments on department-owned lands. The plan acts as a guidebook and describes to the public what is expected to happen on department lands for the next 10 to 15 years. It explains to department staff what conditions to manage towards, and it gives the department a framework to determine how best to allocate resources, such as staffing and funding, to meet the goals and objectives of multiple properties. As a result of the master planning process and the approved master plan, The department knows what the public's interests are related to natural resources and recreation, and the public knows what the department is intending to accomplish on department lands. The planning process provides an opportunity to engage the public in setting department objectives and includes a variety of analyses, including that are utilized in decision-making. These include, at minimum, resource and capacity analyses, environmental impact analyses, and an analysis of alternatives. The department strives to ensure that all properties are covered by a recent master plan. Since 2017, the department has been developing regional plans instead of plans for an individual or small group of properties. Regional planning utilizes the 16 ecological landscapes of Wisconsin as a framework for defining the properties included in each plan. These ecological landscapes are defined based on climate, soil types, and common habitats, among other unique features. Each region has similarities that allow the department to plan multiple properties in one process without having to repeat things like resource capacity and recreation opportunity analyses. It allows us to standardize management language and objectives, ensuring that consistent management happens across the region. And regional analyses and regional planning provide a framework to evaluate needs, opportunities, and trends at a regional scale. Property planning follows Admin Code NR 44, which sets requirements for what is included in each master plan and minimum requirements for analysis and public involvement. Regional planning speeds up the process to get all DNR properties covered by a recent master plan. Right now, we have controlling property plans that date to the 1970s. These plans are less detailed and not as functional for today's needs and to meet the department's modern objectives. Older plans can't be changed without fully revising the plan, and completing individual property plans simply takes too long for 1.7 million acres and over 1,800 properties statewide. Regional planning will ensure that we can have master plans for all properties that are no older than 15 years. Property planning is broken into three main phases: scoping, draft, and proposed. Scoping is when we ask the public to review the list of properties in the region and inform the department what they like about those properties, how they use them, what they want to see there, and to identify other topics they would like the property planning process to address. The master plan is developed during the second phase, and after reviewing the draft with the public, the proposed plan is developed and presented to the board in the third phase. Each phase provides opportunity for formal input from the public, though we always accept public comments. All comments received are recorded as part of the planning project and utilized by the planning team in developing the master plan. The public input opportunity in the last phase is when the public is able to make comments directly to the board. Property planning is a collaborative effort between, at minimum, all department landholding programs. Other programs are engaged as needed for each process to provide additional staff expertise and guidance. The planning process is led by a planner out of the planning section, and department leadership provides guidance and decision-making with multiple levels of leadership involved in different aspects of the process. The information in each master plan comes from a variety of sources, with public comment and staff expertise forming the backbone of those inputs. Every master plan needs to be approved by the Natural Resources Board before it can be considered enacted for use. Regional plans can be quite large, as they encompass decisions that set management for 10 to 15 years for anywhere from 3 to 300 properties. The NRB is approving a variety of decisions and actions when you approve a single master plan. These include real estate actions. The board holds authority on property names, property designations such as state wildlife area or state fishery area, and project boundaries. The NRB is also approving natural resources and recreation management and project development proposed within the plan. An approved plan means the NRB is affirming the department's proposed preferred alternatives. Immediately after approval, the plan is considered active. Over the lifetime of the plan, which is intended to be 10 to 15 years, department staff such as property managers, resource managers, and foresters will refer to the master plan to identify the authorized activities on each property. Their work developing recreation facilities and conducting resource management will need to be supported by the master plan. If and when department staff identify potential developments or management that may not be authorized by the master plan, or if there are ever any concerns regarding interpretation of what's in the plan, the program staff will work with planning staff to determine if a change is needed. There are a couple of different types of plan changes that are described in NR 44. On the right side of the slide, we have another look at our regional map. This is showing which regions are completed in blue. They have completed regional master plans. The pink are those that are in progress, and the green are the 3 that we have not gotten to start yet. Next, we're going to take a look at each of the 5 active regions. Geographically, one of our largest regions, with 17% of the state, Western Coulees and Ridges contains approximately 11% of department lands and over 270 properties. The list of high-profile properties is just a short collection of those that attract the most public use or the most public comment. Also noted are the major milestones of the process. Scoping public involvement, which is that first opportunity the public has to comment on the plan, happened in late 2022. Since then, the planning team has been working to develop the draft regional master plan, and they are coming to the end of that process. We expect the draft to be made available to the public for review and comment in the first half of 2026. Central Sand Hills is a smaller region, but no less impactful on the state's portfolio. With nearly 4% of the state and over 5% of the department's managed lands, the region includes over 100 properties. These include Devil's Lake State Park and the McKenzie Center. For this region, we conducted an additional interim public involvement step, which was titled the Vision, Goals, Objectives, and Alternatives. This took place in 2023 and presented the goals and objectives for each property. The public was invited to provide input on those alternatives and help the department in selecting a preferred alternative. Comments received were utilized in that next round of draft plan development, which is still ongoing. We expect the draft plan comment period to take place in 2026. Despite being by far the state's most populous and densely populated region, Southern Lake Michigan Coastal is approximately 1.5% of the state and contains less than 1% of the department's owned lands. The region holds roughly 25% of the state's population, but fewer than 20 department properties. High-profile properties in this region include Richard Bong State Recreation Area and Shiwaukee Prairie State Natural Area. The Southern Lake Michigan Coastal Planning process initiated in 2025, with scoping public involvement this summer. Since then, plan drafting has begun, and that work will continue in 2026. Central Lake Michigan Coastal is just under 5% of the state, contains approximately 4% of the department's managed lands, and nearly 80 properties. Properties in the region include Kohler Andre State Park and a number of state trails, including the Anape, Fox River, Friendship, and Newton Blackmore. Like Southern Lake Michigan Coastal, this property plan only got started in 2025, with scoping public involvement this fall. The summary of public comments was just shared publicly last week, and now the planning team is moving into plan drafting. We expect that work to continue in and through 2026. Last up, we have the North Central Forest, which is about 17% of the state, with 11% of department lands and over 300 properties. Higher profile properties in this region include Turtle Flambeau Scenic Waters area and the Upper Wolf River Fishery area. Scoping for the regional plan took place in 2022. The draft plan public input period just closed, running from October 8th to December 7th. We are actively reviewing the public comments and expect the comment summary to be shared publicly in January. That will set us up to potentially present the proposed plan here in the first half of 2026. Overall, we received over 500 responses to our online survey, over 100 emails, nearly a dozen letters from organized groups, and a handful of paper comment surveys and a few phone calls during the 2-month comment period. Next, we're going to take a look at 2 of the higher profile topics that the plan is addressing. First, the Turtle Flambeau Scenic Waters Area Proposed Quiet Area. This is one of the topics the department received the most comments on during scoping and throughout the planning process. A portion of the property is proposed for a land-side quiet area delineated by the pink outline in the graphic. The water in this area has a voluntary quiet area already signed and implemented, but the department does not have the authority to require slow no-wake speeds away from the shoreline. The public has strongly supported this voluntary quiet area and frequently asks us to make it a requirement. Instead, the landside quiet area is proposed in the North Central Forest Draft Regional Master Plan, which would extend 300 feet back from the shoreline and catch a number of campsites in that area. The quiet area would restrict things like radios, generators, and chainsaws. The department presented 2 alternatives. 1, the status quo, and 2, to establish that landside quiet area, which is the department's preferred alternative in the draft plan. The topic that got the most comments from the public is ATV/UTV use on the Tuscobia State Trail. We received comments on both sides of this issue. The Tuscobia State Trail is open to ATVs for most of its length, except in Barron County, where the trail is also certified miles of the Ice Age Trail, which is intended to be a pedestrian trail. The blue line across the map is the county line between Barron and Washburn counties. Each of the colored segments show different conditions along the trail. The majority of the trail from its far eastern end to a location a few hundred feet east of the Red Cedar Narrows, the trail is open to ATV/UTV use. This is segment A on the map, the pink segment. Starting at segment B, the Tuscobia State Trail becomes also certified miles of the Ice Age Trail. Due to federal law, the Ice Age Trail is not legally allowed to support ATV use except in cases of short segments where needed due to geography. Segment B, the green segment, is one of those exceptions due to the limitations of the Red Cedar Narrows Bridge, and the Ice Age Trail and ATVs share the same facility until they cross the bridge. At that point, segment C, the blue segment, ATVs and Ice Age Trail are in the same corridor, but they're on separate facilities. A photo on the next slide will show what that looks like. At the county line, the ATVs peel off and connect via a land use agreement to 30th Avenue, and from there to other roads and trails open to ATVs, including the Wild River State Trail. The purple segment shows where the Ice Age Trail and the Tuscobia are the same trail, which until the trail ends intersecting with the Wild River State Trail. There are no ATVs or UTVs authorized in that entire segment. 5 alternatives were presented, reviewing multiple options to satisfy both sides of this issue. The department's preferred alternative in the draft plan is alternative 1, the status quo. Alternatives 2 and 3 would potentially risk the Ice Age Trail certification, resulting in a possible loss of Ice Age Trail miles. Alternatives 3, 4, and 5 would require significant department resources, which we are just unable to allocate at this time. For these and other reasons, the status quo is the preferred alternative in the draft plan. There you can see that picture of 2 facilities, but in the same corridor. This is taken a few hundred feet west of the Red Cedar Narrows Bridge, looking east back towards the bridge. The ATVs run on the trail on the left side between those 2 rows of trees, and the Ice Age Trail is on the right side. You can kind of see that green highlighted path in there, and you can just make out the post with the yellow blaze for the Ice Age Trail on the right side of the picture. And this is what it looks like from Washburn, from crossing the bridge to the Washburn-Barron County line. Additional analysis and discussion on both of these topics that we looked at today and all the other reviewed alternatives can be found in Chapter 5 of the draft regional master plan. The complete draft is available online if you'd like to review it. There's also a 15-page executive summary, which provides an overview of proposed developments and natural resource management, as well as real estate actions and high-profile topics. To find those documents, if you go to the DNR website, search for property planning, you'll see, I have a little, no, it doesn't work. You'll see a list of all of our regional plans, and by selecting North Central Forest, all of the links provided for the draft comment period are available under that top line photo. Questions?
Well, thank you, Aaron. That was a very informative presentation. I especially appreciate laying out the upcoming plans and the schedule that they're on that the board can anticipate. Very helpful. Are there questions, comments from the board? Robin?
So it seems like these take a lot of work. Yeah. Very complex issues, a lot of properties, a lot of engagement, but and they last for 10 to 15 years, but your time frame for doing all of them is a very short period of time. So I guess I'm just wondering if you can explain kind of the management rationale for, instead of doing one every 3 or 4 years, they're all being done now, and then there'll be implementation, and then in another 10 to 15 years, we're going to have this other kind of same kind of, I'm not sure if squeeze is the right word, but can you just talk a little bit about the resource it takes to do these and how you do that with so many in such a short period of time?
So yeah, the regional planning is a much more efficient process, right? We have over 1,800 properties, and in the 70s and 80s, we were primarily doing individual property plans, and we were able to do the high profile, big name properties, and that was pretty much it. And yet some of the plans that we have today, right, Turtle Flambeau Scenic Waters Area controlling plan right now, I think is 1977, and Devil's Lake State Park is 1986. NR 44 pushes us towards reviewing those plans every 15 years, and it simply just takes too long to do that. When we do those efforts to review the natural resources in the region to identify where we have conservation opportunities and primary sites, we can do that just as quickly for the entire region as we could for an individual county or an individual property. And then you just do a quick GIS analysis and you see these are all of my roads, all of my trails. So instead of repeating all of that work, we can do it all at the same time. And then within regional planning, we can say this region is better suited to oak. So instead of having to determine how best to manage for oak every time we do a plan, we can just say, this is how we're going to manage for oak in this region. Because for the most part, it's all going to be the same in this region. We don't need to say it again. We don't need to analyze it again. You do it once, it applies to these 100 properties, and then 15 years later, we can take another look at it.
Thank you.
Are there questions or comments? Doug, you're on the screen. Go ahead.
Yep, thanks, Chair. So Aaron, so some of the properties are adjacent to or actually overlap with the ceded territories. Do you have tribal groups or tribes themselves in the planning process?
We're required through NR 44 to conduct additional consultation with the tribes for anything that's planning land within the ceded territory. I work with Ben Cornelius, our tribal liaison, to ensure that we are getting our information to them and offering them the opportunity to comment. We've received multiple comments through the North Central Forest process from Glyphwick, and I've gotten comments from Lac du Flambeau as well through this process. So they are engaged as one of our primary stakeholders, and our public involvement opportunities get sent out to general mailing lists, and then we ensure that that goes with a special letter to all of the tribal leaders as well. So they're engaged as much as we can without knocking on their door and giving the plan to them.
Awesome. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I have a question. This is Patty. How
Go
much is technology put into these plans? Because it seems like it's very complex as you enter all this information and data to do it in your time frame.
We rely a lot on GIS and online interactive mapping tools, if that's what you mean by technology. I think that's right. Is that where you're going? Yeah. So, right, to Robin's point of individual property planning, we could probably do it faster than we did it in the 70s with the technological tools that we have now. But we also have, word processing tools that allow us to make 1,000-page documents and work with those much easier. So it definitely is a piece of what we're doing. I would say the mapping tools, the mapping analyses and the data crunching, and then that online opportunity to engage with the public, right? 500 responses to our online survey. We do still conduct in-person involvement meetings, but we get by far more engagement on those online opportunities than we do when we go in person to the local communities. It just gives us a better opportunity to reach out to the people that might not live locally, but still engage with those lands and those properties. So the technology makes a big difference to the whole process.
Thank you. It seems like you're very efficient with all the information that you have.
I love the way that sounds.
Other questions or comments?
Just a comment. I've looked at this map on the DNR website before, and I just think it's pretty neat that my county has 5 of these different zones within it.
Oh, yeah.
Can you name which county?
I know that Dane hits 3 or 4, but I 3. I don't know which one has 5.
Wapaka.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's a good one.
Mhm.
Central Sand Hills, Central Sand Plains, Southeast Glacial Plains, Forest Transition, and Central Lake Michigan Coastal.
You got it. Fun little trivia.
Yeah.
I know there was going to be a test involved.
That's right.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it. All right, I want to check in with the board now just on timing. We're coming up on our typical noon break. I want to know if you want to keep plowing ahead through the agenda, recognizing that those of you that are virtual probably have the advantage of sneaking out and getting snacks every now and then. It's a little harder for us to do that here at the table. What's people's preference? You want to roll ahead with the agenda?
Leave it to you guys in the room, Chair. You guys probably need a break. It's up to you guys.
Well, we will. We'll take a short break or we'll take a longer one. But if you want to move ahead in the agenda, I'd say we take a short break now. Stretch your legs, get a snack here, and then come back and get back at it.
Yeah, I'd be.
Okay?
Yeah.
Well, I've
Short
got
break.
almost 10 till noon. Why don't we plan on reconvening at 15 minutes enough here?
Yeah.
Well, let's try 15. I tried 10 and it never works. We'll be back at 12:05 to reconvene. Thank you.
I mean, I'll give a kind of a little.
Yeah.
But, yep.
That 15 minutes goes pretty fast sometimes. We'll reconvene on item 6B, which is an informational item, update on the state of chlorides in Wisconsin waters. Laura Dietrich, Water Evaluation Section Manager, and Shannon Hayden, Stormwater Section Manager, Carla Romano, Groundwater Section Manager. Welcome, everyone.
Laura Dietrich is going to kick us off this morning.
Great. Thank you, Shannon, and thank you, Chair Smith, Secretary Hyun, and members of the Natural Resources Board. I was hoping to join you all in person today, but like many of the rest of you, our Wisconsin winter weather had other plans. My name is Laura Dietrich, and I'm the Water Evaluation Section Manager within our Water Quality Program. I'm joined today by my colleagues Carla Romano from the Drinking and Groundwater Program, Shannon Hayden from the Stormwater Program, and then also Andy Sedlacek from the Office of Communications. Chloride is a pollutant that impacts multiple programs within our agency, and as demonstration of that, the four of us are here today to provide you with an update on the state of chlorides in Wisconsin waters. So chloride is really more than just table salt. In unimpacted freshwaters, natural background levels of chloride are driven by the weathering of rock and change slowly over a long time frame. However, in recent decades, chloride has become a major ecological problem due to the human activities that add salts to our environment. High chloride levels harm fish and aquatic life, disrupt ecosystems, and even pose risks to human health. But it doesn't stop there. Chloride corrodes bridges and roads, eating away at the infrastructure we depend on, and can even promote the release of lead and copper into our drinking water. Unlike many pollutants, chloride does not break down and is extremely difficult and costly to remove once it enters a water body. The result is the gradual salinization of our freshwater ecosystems, and this threatens the very resources that we rely on for clean water, recreation, and biodiversity. Addressing chloride pollution isn't just an environmental issue, but it's about protecting our communities, our health, and our future. But the impacts aren't just theoretical here in the state of Wisconsin. Monitoring data demonstrates the scale of the problem. Currently, 50 rivers and 1 lake in Wisconsin exceed the state's chronic water quality criterion of 395 milligrams per liter and are listed as impaired under Section 303 of the Clean Water Act. As part of a recent Southeastern Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission chloride technical report, chloride concentrations of about 1,200 milligrams per liter, or 3 times higher than the chronic criterion, were observed in urban streams during winter months. Furthermore, all 43 of the Department of Natural Resources long-term trend monitoring sites are showing increasing chloride concentrations. Most sites are increasing by about 1 to 4% per year, with some much higher. These findings highlight that chloride pollution is not isolated and is a growing statewide challenge. But chloride isn't just a problem on the surface. Monitoring shows it is also seeping into our groundwater. And with that, I'll pass it over to Carla to share more on the groundwater side.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Romano, Groundwater Section Manager. And as Laura pointed out, chloride is not only found in surface water, but also in groundwater. So the map on the right on the slide shows the chloride concentrations in public wells across Wisconsin. In gray, you have the chloride concentrations ranging between non-detected and 125 milligrams per liter. In orange, the wells that had a concentration of chloride between 125 and 250 milligrams per liter. And in red, all the public wells that at least once exceeded the regulatory thresholds of 250 milligrams per liter. If you want to know more about concentrations of chloride in public wells and as well trends within these individual wells, I'll recommend you to check out the UW Stevens Point Chloride Trends dashboard by scanning this QR code. It's a really useful tool, and it's continuously getting updated as more data gets into the DNR database. But where's the chloride coming from? So chloride is associated to several sources. It can be present in the environment by natural atmospheric deposition or natural weathering of rocks and soil. It also is present in dust suppressant during road constructions and gravel roads, but is also present in chloride fertilizer and as well livestock manure, so associated with agricultural operations. We do likely have chloride in our households if we do have a water softener. So chloride, it is present in wastewater effluent, both associated with municipal and industrial facilities. But the main contributor of chloride in the environment is definitely the winter road maintenance and operations, both associated with public works and public roads, but also with private kind of use of salt for during winter in our own driveway or sidewalk. So now that we know that chloride is present in the environment and the sources of chloride, what are we doing to remove or kind of attenuating the occurrence of chloride in the environment? And with that, I'll pass it on to Shannon, and she's gonna go over the strategy that was put out back in 2021, and as well what we have done or worked on since then.
Shannon Hayden, Stormwater Section Manager. You heard from my colleagues about the state of chloride in Wisconsin, and it's not a good story to tell. We are seeing increases across the state, impairments and salinization. So our fresh water is getting salty like the ocean, which is not supposed to be. So in 2021, there was a cross-program team formed to develop a statewide strategy for chloride reduction, or just even to understand the issue at all. So we convened, we met for about a year and a half. We did some review of literature. We looked at the data for the state. We talked to other states to find out what they're doing. Minnesota is a leader in a lot of ways for salt management and chloride reduction, and learned from them, and ultimately decided to compile 16 different recommendations in a final report. There's a QR code to that. You can find it on our DNR webpage. But we felt like it would be really important to memorialize what we had found and make some recommendations when opportunities were to potentially come up. So I'm not going to read them all to you, but what I'm sharing right now is a list of all of our recommendations. On this slide, you're seeing a little green check mark. Those are areas that we are actively engaged in implementing, primarily through our permitting programs, through stormwater and the wastewater program, and a little bit of the groundwater as well. I am terrible at this. And then here are some additional recommendations. We recognize that there are some things we have control over. DNR has certain control over what we're regulating in our permits and things like that, but there are other things we don't have control over, such as what the legislature is doing or the governor's office, for example. But again, you'll see on this slide, there's a couple things that we are able to check off the list, including reporting from Carla's program on in the community confidence reports that municipalities are required to put out every year on the state of their water quality, reporting chloride and sodium. So people have an understanding of what they're drinking in their water, and developing some partnerships nationally. And then finally, this is the last set of recommendations that we made. Oop, I'm going backward. There we go. The things that we kind of don't have a lot of control over, you'll see a little yellow or a yield sign kind of saying we're kind of working toward that. The first one being there was a strong sentiment that we should be leading by example as a state entity and taking care of our house in an appropriate way around salt management. And we're actually getting some momentum there through some kind of informal conversations that had started in our Southeast region, talking about smart salting at our properties and incorporating smart salting strategies in contracts where contractors are doing the work. And then also there was some legislation introduced a couple of years ago now for limiting liability for private properties. And it's kind of complicated. I won't go into the details, but they're understanding that as a government, we have some level of ability to control over what's happening in our communities through permitting and just best management practices. But in the private sector, liability really drives a lot of what they do. And more salt often equates to more safe in the mind of the people. And so you'll see a lot more salt. So what can you do? We have a great resource in our state. Wisconsin Saltwise is one of our partners that we work with in our stormwater program and in other programs in our department. They have a wealth of information on their website, including information on calculating out how much salt you need to put down on your property based on the size, the types of salt that is out there for you to consider using. And then also the impact of water softeners and how you might calibrate those to reduce the amount of salt going into the system from there. There's a little nugget that I stole from them that I think is impactful, and maybe you won't see salt the same again after you hear this, but 1 teaspoon of salt permanently pollutes 5 gallons of water to the level that is toxic. So it's not able to support any kind of freshwater ecosystem. So that's a small amount of salt. You heard Laura say earlier that it doesn't ever go away, it doesn't break down. It feels like it, right? It washes away, but it does persist in our environment. And so take a look at that and remember that statistic. And the one thing I will leave you with before I pass it off to my colleague, Andy, is I brought my handy dandy mug. So this is the amount of salt that you need to use for your typical residential driveway or sidewalk. So to spread out salt, try to think about filling this up and really, putting it around. Don't put salt on snow. You should always mechanically remove it first and then put the salt down. But that's really, what you need to manage your residential property. And reducing salt is really the only way that we're going to be able to slow down this increase of the impacts in our freshwater systems. So with that, I believe Andy is joining us online. And here we go. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Shannon. Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Young, members of the board. I'm Andy Sedlacek, the Communications Director for the agency in the Office of Communications. It's nice to see you all again today, and thank you for the opportunity to present. As part of this informational item on chlorides, I wanted to share with you the ways that we talk to the public via news releases and social media about salt use and how they can help out in their corner of Wisconsin to help keep chlorides out of our waterways. Every year in late January, we recognize, can you go back to the last one?
Yep.
That's okay. Every year in January, we recognize Winter Salt Awareness Week in conjunction with Wisconsin Saltwise, the organization that Shannon mentioned. And we do this with a news release like the one you see here on the left, and then some social media posts, which I'll share in a minute. We get some pretty solid media coverage on the topic, as salting sidewalks and driveways is a common activity for many Wisconsinites this time of year. And in our experience, in general, people want to do the right thing and help where they can. Our media partners are quite interested in this topic, and Shannon and her team do a really great job explaining the effects of salt on our state's waterways and give really good, easy to follow guidance on what the public can do to reduce their road salt usage. And then this is amplified by our media partners, which we greatly appreciate because we can't reach everybody throughout the entire state on our own. Can you go to the next slide, please?
Maybe.
Yeah, thank you. In addition to the news releases and resulting interviews and media coverage, we publish social media posts to educate and inform the public that way. These get a lot of engagement from our followers and then also are shared pretty widely by local municipalities. So just like in the interviews with the media, we try to explain the effects of salt very clearly in our social media posts and try to be clever where we can. So the post on the left uses a GIF or like a really short repeating video to show that we should be using salt sparingly, just a little pinch, and that a 12-ounce coffee mug of salt is enough for a 20-foot driveway, like Shannon demonstrated. So if anyone remembers the Salt Bay meme from a few years ago where a chef salted his food in a really like theatrical, dramatic way, we spoofed that with this salt usage messaging. The post in the middle shares some insights from the Wisconsin Department of Transportation on their use of liquid brine in place of salt to reduce their own salt usage. And it also is proven to clear roads faster and even save money. So it was really cool to share that information in that post. And then finally, the post on the right shares a somewhat hidden way that Carla and Shannon mentioned to reduce salt usage at home, reminding the public that water softeners that are not running efficiently may use more salt than needed. Can you go to the next slide? Thank you. And then around this time every year, we put this tile up on the homepage, which you can see on the left, the homepage of the DNR website, to reach even more people that way. It links to the Salt and Stormwater webpage where the public can find more information on the topic. And then lastly, we covered salt usage in the winter 2020 issue of Wisconsin Natural Resources Magazine. So that's shown on the right. The article covered the effects of salt on drinking water and freshwater ecosystems, as well as how it causes deterioration on roads, infrastructure, and vehicles, and then also steps that municipalities are taking to reduce salt usage, like using liquid brine, as mentioned on the previous slide. Then the article shared things that people can do to reduce their salt use, similar to the things we shared in their social media posts. So we're looking forward to covering this topic again this winter. It feels very timely today, especially. And then we always enjoy collaborating with Shannon and her team on this super important topic. So that is it for me, and I'll pass it back to Shannon. And thanks, and I hope everyone stays warm and safe.
That's what we have to share with you today. I don't know if you want to come up in case there's questions at all on anything that you heard. And I think our colleagues are still online, but I'm not.
Well, thank you very much. Are there questions from the board? Doug, you're on screen. Go ahead.
Yep, thanks, Chair. So are chlorides in the salt issues in impaired waters that are streams, are they fairly mobile? Are we seeing further reach of impacts from chlorides when they show up?
Like how
in
long
the
does it
riverine system?
reside in the water?
Well, not only the length of how long it resides, but the far reach. Is it pretty mobile in river systems? I mean, are chloride contaminations reaching further limits because of it?
Laura, do you want, I see you came on. I don't know if you want to take that one.
Yeah, I'll try this one. So I would say yes, in a sense. This upcoming listing cycle, where we may not be adding new water bodies to the impaired waters list for chloride, we will be adding like new reaches of those water bodies. So where maybe like stream mile 1 through 2 was listed as impaired, now this year or this cycle it might be 1 through 5. So I would say, from a chronic and acute toxicity level, it is the bigger impact is to the local water body. But as we continue to add salt and we're not looking at ways to reduce it, it does expand, right, into those further reaches within even the same water body.
Yeah, thanks. And one more question. So, so does chlorides interact or make any of the other contaminants act differently or increase the risk to them, like things like mercury, PFAS, any of those other ones, or any evidence that those contribute to the other problems?
I can take that real quick, and then if either of you want to add, there's a body of literature coming out showing that the chlorides are in the stormwater are interacting with nutrients in our waterways. So what's ultimately happening is that chloride-laden water is becoming toxic to the good bugs, if you will, or the good things in our water that keep it clean, making it easier for those harmful algae blooms. So I think that's one of the things. It's hard to think about our summer boating season right now, but the things that we're doing here will have the potential to impact. So there's also some interactions with metals and seeing some resuspension of those in things like stormwater ponds, but I'm not sure how that interacts in the groundwater or other parts of the surface water.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, chloride, as she mentioned, like Laura mentioned too, there is a corrosion problem sometimes that we have. So from a drinking water system, we do have like kind of an issue and the release of other contaminants such as metals whenever that corrosion happens. In terms of like toxicity and cumulative toxicity with other contaminants, I don't think we know that yet. And it's just, it's just probably not the approach of the state, right? Of like thinking of all the contaminants that we have sometimes in the water. And unfortunately, we don't have that kind of like mixture of compounds and chemicals. And we're not there yet in terms of like, what does that mean from a public health perspective? We look at compounds individually at this point.
Thanks.
Robin?
So I've got a couple of questions. It seems like a lot of communities have made the transition to brine. I think it's easier for them to apply. They get better rates and they're seeing good results. But I guess I'm wondering about from the private sector, are there other products that you can use instead of salt for for your driveways and your sidewalks and things like that, that would be less toxic? I get concerned because sometimes you replace one product with something else and it ends up doing more harm. But I know we try to mix like sand with our salt so that we're not using as much just direct salt that you buy from the store. And I just was wondering kind of what your
There's a lot I could say on that, so I'll try to be concise. Alternatives are tricky, like you mentioned, trading one problem for another. So you'll see things like whey or beet brine, which can be effective, but then sometimes they have nutrient issues. So we have to be mindful of that. Traction, like when it's very cold, using that sand will be really great for that traction. I know I'm battling this ice on my sidewalk right now, and I keep down salt, and this just keeps washing away. So I need to do something different, honestly. But yeah, I mean, the other thing that I think is important for everybody to know is that there are not any national labeling standards for salt. So when you go into a store and it says, it does something or is better for the environment, you really need to read the label. There's some good information out there to help inform you on what you might want to look for. A lot of that's found on SaltWise. So really, probably the best message is less is better. Also, we're not saying no salt. We understand that it is very effective. We want people to be safe. We don't want them to be hurt or even worse. So there's that's kind of not a straightforward, yes, here's this alternative. Lots of people paying attention to it though.
And then can I ask a follow-up question? Do you think there's a greater public expectation that when we have inclement weather, that causes roads to be icing, and especially when it gets super cold and doesn't seem like salt's very work, that there's an expectation that the roads need to be open immediately? Like, is there a more, like, are people less patient when their roads are not as passable as they would like right after severe?
That's another good question. And actually, as part of our chloride strategy, we did a survey and reached out to a lot of our communities across the state and asked them what keeps them kind of up at night and what drives their behavior. And community expectations were the number one. And, you know, they said things like, if there's an accident and the PD calls and says we need to go out and salt, we're going to go salt, period. So I would say yes, slowing down, changing your expectations, giving yourself more time will help alleviate some of that need or desire to use a lot of salt. And I think our road maintenance operators would really appreciate that. And talking to some of them across the state, they see a lot of stuff, and they would appreciate people to kind of slow down so they can do their work too.
Just a quick question. Is that Winter 22 Natural Resources Magazine article, is that available on the website?
I think we archive our natural resources magazines online. Probably. I don't know,
Just
maybe
nice
Ashley
to-
could track it.
Yes,
Want me to?
yep.
Okay. Oh.
Yes, it is online, so I can send a link to you all after this.
Thank you. It might be helpful if we all kind of look at that and maybe use our social media accounts to help spread the word.
Hey,
Are there-
Rachel, go ahead.
Considerations to proximity to those waterways where certain communities are more targeted for this outreach and messaging, or is it pretty much statewide? Even if you live in an area where the nearest water body may be a ways away.
I think it is statewide. Saltwise has done a really great job of providing training wherever people will take it. So it's kind of a voluntary basis in a lot of ways. However, through our municipal stormwater permitting program, we are putting a lot of emphasis and conversation around it in the Southeast region, because that's like the Milwaukee area, our more urbanized area, because that is a part of the state that is very heavily impacted. But we are seeing, I heard you mention Wapaka, up in the Wausau Stevens Point area, we're seeing some increases. And so there are some leaders. The Saltwise website also will tell you like who's Saltwise and adopting those practices in their communities. Is there targeted outreach? Not really. It's really for people who have an appetite to learn more and do it differently at this point.
So in those rivers, it's not flushed out, and I'm assuming it stays suspended in the water, not attached to sediment.
It eventually goes to it doesn't, it's not sticky, it's very slippery. That's one of the things with chloride, and that kind of helps it get into the ground. So, you know, it comes off the street and then into even a grass swale along a major highway, it will eventually make its way through the soil and into the groundwater. So it is slippery. It will eventually make its way to the ocean, theoretically, one way or another, but it's that concentration while it persists in that water body that is rising that we're paying attention to.
Other questions from the board?
I did not mean to request this topic and have it be somehow a precursor to all of the snow.
I have a couple quick questions. I've observed over time in some municipalities, areas where the snow accumulates and they've got to scrape it up, load it up, and haul it off somewhere. Years ago, they used to see a lot of snow piles stacked next to a body of water. So when it melted in the spring, it melted and it took off. Do we issue guidelines or recommendations about once they clean up the snow from parking lots, municipal streets, and they have to put it somewhere? Do we have guidelines out that help advise people on that?
There's some best management practices that exist in a variety of resources, but there aren't any regulations as to where you're doing that and managing for that. If you have a municipal stormwater permit, there's 245 communities across the state that have one. There might be some best management practices written into their permit to kind of help guide them, but nothing directed and nothing deliberate. So when people are moving that around, probably a good practice, and they're doing it mostly voluntarily unless they maybe have a tie to their permit.
even on the big parking lots, invariably, the snow pile is down in the lowest corner that's close to either the drainage way, the waterway, or the wetland. So when it melts, it runs off and gets out of the way.
And think of where it all goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other question I have, and this is a reference to a contact I had earlier this year from an individual that was worried about using salt for dust suppression. And I wasn't even aware that was an issue, and he talked quite a bit about it, but he asserted that the potassium chloride was a much more aggressive form of salt and had more significant impacts on the environment. Do you know anything about that and how widespread that practice?
Little, so magnesium chloride and potassium chloride are both chloride-based substances that are used to kind of as a binder on gravel and like sand roads. So it does happen here in Wisconsin. We have far fewer gravel roads in Wisconsin than maybe some of our other Iowa, for example. But it is used for that, to keep that dust down on that road, keep it from, wearing and tearing as much. I don't know that there's any guidance right now on how much to use or which product is better. I personally can't speak to that, but it is out there. It is a percentage of the chloride that we're seeing. And some of the potassium chloride is also coming from fertilizers and agriculture too. So if you look at the map of where we're seeing increases in chlorides, there's a little bit of a correlation in those regards to those land uses.
Okay, thank you. It opened my eyes to salt treatments of roads was a bigger issue than just in the wintertime.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the board? Okay,
Great, thank you.
yep, thank you very much, Shannon, Carla, Laura, and Andy. Very informative. Next item is 6C, another information item on the introduction of EnviroNav, a new business assistance tool. Lisa Aschenbrenner Hunt, Environmental Assistance Coordinator. Welcome, Lisa.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Secretary Yun, and members of the board. I'm Lisa Aschenbrenner Hunt, and I am here on behalf of the DNR Sustainability and Business Support Program. And we're really excited to introduce a new tool that we're calling the Environmental Responsibility Navigator, or EnviroNav for short. The DNR launched this tool earlier this year to help those that we regulate understand what they need to do to be in compliance with the regulations. So before I talk more about that, I just want to briefly give you a little bit of more information about what our small section does here at the department. Oh, there we go. All right. So the Sustainability and Business Support Program helps our customers thrive by helping them improve their environmental performance. We describe it as kind of this continuum of inquiring, striving, and thriving. Meaning that whether they are just starting to inquire about regulations, or they're striving to make sure that they are in compliance, or they are thriving and looking to do more than what the regulations require, we have a suite of business services within our program that can help them and can be kind of the first step to doing that. So specifically, we assist customers through 3 different programs, and you'll see the 3 different logos there on the slide. First, we have our Small Business Environmental Assistance Program, which provides one-on-one assistance and plain language resources to help businesses with 100 employees or less understand what they need to do to be in compliance with DNR regulations. A second program in the middle there is our EnviroCheck program, which is a compliance audit program, and it allows regulated entities to voluntarily conduct an environmental compliance audit of their operations. And then they self-report any issues that they discover. And then in return for being proactive and disclosing the information, we give them some liability protections for the issues that they correct within the specified timeframes of the program. And then finally, on the right there, you see the logo for the Green Tier program. That's really our flagship program within sustainability and business support, where we recognize and support businesses as well as local governments that are really going above and beyond the environmental requirements to further improve their environmental performance. These programs are all a win-win for the regulated entities, for the DNR, and for the environment. Our customers find economic benefits by increasing their efficiency of their operations, as well as reducing their potential for violations. And the department is able to work with these customers in a proactive manner, non-regulatory approach, which enhances trust and builds collaboration between the department and regulated entities. And perhaps most importantly, the environment benefits from facilities meeting and even exceeding environmental requirements. All right, so as I mentioned, I'm going to spend most of my time talking about our EnviroNav tool. It was funded through a 2023 to 2025 state budget initiative to improve the availability of regulatory information for businesses and to promote environmentally responsible decision-making. We created EnviroNav to advance the goals of the DNR regulatory programs to help them build more capacity by offering an alternative to, instead of just reacting to customers, to offer businesses and local governments a proactive approach to manage their environmental compliance. So it provides a one-stop shop for information on many DNR regulatory programs at any stage of business development. So whether it's a new business startup, or they're doing some construction or expansion, or they're just assessing their regular operations, we have information that can help them every step of the way. And it also, it was built with small businesses in mind, because they struggle sometimes the most with understanding their environmental compliance, but really, and also small local governments can use it as well. But really any size business can use the tool and benefit from the information that's provided. So the tool will prompt users through a series of questions about their operations, and then it provides customized output that gives them information based on what their responses were. And then they have links to more information, staff contacts and stuff like that, so they know where to go for the next steps. And finally, I do want to mention that it is an anonymous tool. Sometimes businesses and other regulated entities can be a little bit nervous contacting the DNR if they have questions and stuff. And we want them to feel comfortable using the tool. So we don't have we don't track the information that's provided in the tool. It's only for the use of the user. So they can get the information they need without kind of being nervous about if that information is going to be used in some way. All right. So there's a lot of benefits to businesses and to the DNR for compliance assistance. For the DNR, EnviroNav helps the DNR enhance their mission of protecting human health and the environment by making compliance easier and therefore hopefully increasing the compliance of regulated entities. So this investment is increasing the department's capacity by saving staff time and money, since it provides answers to frequently asked questions that staff spend a lot of time answering a lot of times. So it can save them time there. And then when businesses do need to reach out with questions, if they've used this tool already, they can be better prepared and more informed so they know what questions to ask. And it also hopefully leads to more complete and accurate permit applications and other things that they submit to the department, as well as hopefully ultimately reducing the need for department enforcement actions. I also want to acknowledge that EnviroNav can really build upon and strengthen the department's customer service that we're providing to the entities that we regulate. And it's just helping them do their diligence to comply. Maybe, I think I skipped a slide here. There we go. Come on. There we go. And for the businesses, there's a lot of advantages to using this tool as well. It helps them manage their risk from being found out of compliance. As we all know, being out of compliance can lead to very costly fines, negative public perception, and a lot of other negative outcomes. So it helps the businesses also to manage those risks and prevent those negative outcomes. It also helps them, when they're especially small businesses that maybe don't have staff people who are experts on environmental compliance. Oftentimes it's just the owner of the business trying to figure out what they need to do, and they're definitely not an expert in that area. So it can save them a lot of time if there are tools out there that help them understand the requirements. And it can also save them money if they would otherwise need to hire an environmental consultant to figure out the rules. Okay. So now I'm just going to walk you through a few slides that show what the tool looks like. So this is a screenshot of the initial launch page. And you can note the progress bar at the top. It's a little bit hard to see, but that shows all of the DNR regulatory programs and topics that are covered under this tool. And then as you progress through, that blue bar fills in to show you where you are in the process. And I do want to note that sustainability and business support worked extensively with all of the regulatory programs within the DNR that have information on here so that we could assure that everything is complete and accurate. And that will be an ongoing effort to make sure that everything continues to be accurate and up to date. Right. So there's kind of two main parts of the tool. The first part deals with construction related information. So if you're building a business or you're expanding or you're putting in some new equipment or something, this makes sure that you are prepared and know what to do before you start in construction. So as an example here, it's hard to read on the slide, but you have a question that asks if they're going to be disturbing more than 1 acre of land. And then if they answer yes, a box will pop up just like that. That gives them some information, so some immediate feedback on what that might mean for as far as regulations. So in this case, it explains that you may need a construction stormwater permit. And they don't have to scribble all of this stuff down as they go through. All of the information that pops up as a result of their responses is also saved for the end where they'll be able to save it. So after there's a construction stormwater part, then it goes through waterways information, if they're going to be building by a body of water or a wetland, that information is covered, and then it moves on to water supply if they're going to be putting in a well. So that's kind of the first section. And then we move on to the next part of the tool, which gets into some of the stuff that's more ongoing operation of the business. And there's two different ways to go through the rest of this information. You can either go through a generic path, or we developed industry-specific resources for 18 different common sectors that we often work with. And they have sector-specific information for those. So this is a snapshot of what the tool looks like. There's icons. They can find their sector there. So whether they go through a sector-specific path or they go through the more generic path, they're going to get information on air permitting, wastewater, stormwater, and waste programs. So then we have here a list of what all of those 18 different sectors look like, or some of them are not so much sectors, but also like processes or equipment that are common. And these are all sectors or types of operations that we work with commonly, especially in the small business program. There's a lot of small businesses that fall under these categories. And they're also obviously all important to Wisconsin's economy. And a lot of them have like industry specific rules also that can apply. So it's important to have that information that's targeted to their sector. So having this information in a sector-specific format, we think makes it much more efficient for those sectors to get the information they need quickly. All right, and then, so that's kind of the second part of the second half of the tool. And when they get to the end, as I mentioned, there is all of the information that pops up that gives them information based on how they answered the questions is also summarized at the end, and it looks just like this on the slide. It summarizes the questions and then how they answered it, and based on their responses, what the likely recommendations or needs are. And then there's more information for how to move forward. So links to additional information, staff contacts, things like that, that can help get them started in those programs. So they can use this document to, review the information and approach the regulatory programs. If they do have to reach out to the DNR, they can approach them with confidence and the background knowledge that they need to have those conversations, and just knowing what to ask when they do have to reach out. And it also helps them keep track of their due diligence to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks. So I have on my last slide here a link to the launch page. Invite anybody to check it out if you have an interest and have some time. Since we launched it earlier this year, we have been conducting a lot of outreach because the tool is not helpful if businesses and other regulated entities don't know that it exists. So we're working a lot, both externally and internally, to make sure that our customers know that this resource is available. So we're working with outreach to our customers directly, as well as to other partners, things like trade associations, business journals, economic development professionals, others that work with the regulated entities that can help carry the message as well. And then we are also inviting any feedback or suggestions for improvement or anything that people who have used it love to hear what they think. So we really encourage people to reach out if they use the tool and have feedback for us. That's a really brief overview of this new tool. I hope it's very helpful for our regulated customers. I really thank you for your time today, and happy to take questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions from the board?
I have one. This is Patty. What kind of feedback have you gotten so far?
So far, the feedback has definitely been positive. We've had a few recommendations for just, I think, kind of technical issue, technical things. But the feedback has been very positive. We're continuing to monitor the usage and trying to get the usage up. And we have gotten a few suggestions for just language tweaks and stuff that we're working through. But yes, everybody who's used it has really felt like it's a very useful tool and that it helps a lot with understanding complicated environmental regulations in an easy to understand manner.
Other questions?
It appears like it would be easy to use, and thank you.
Yeah.
Robin?
Can you, was this programmed in-house or did you hire a consultant to do this? And the reason I ask is because I'm wondering if this type of program is transferable then to other uses within the department.
Yeah, so we did hire a software developer to put the tool together. But our own internal staff and sustainability and business support worked with the regulatory programs to put the information together. And then the software developer took care of the technical side of it. So a lot of the work was done in-house for the actual information that went into it.
So you can do updates and things like that without having to go back to that
Yeah, a lot of, if it's just like language tweaks and everything, that's something that we were very conscious of when we were developing it, is that we wanted to be able to make changes because rules change and, things change and we need to be able to keep it updated. So, yeah, things like just updating the language and stuff like that, we're going to be able to do in-house. If it's something that is going to be totally changing kind of the flow of it, or like the actual how the platform operates, then we would need to use the software developer to do some of that stuff. But the basic stuff, the most common changes that will be needed can be done in-house.
It's really impressive, and so kudos to
Thank
you
you.
guys. Where my mind was going was, gosh, something like this would really be really helpful, for example, for shoreline property owners. Like to
Yeah.
know, like, okay, so they don't know who to call at is it the DNR, is it the county, so
Mhm.
have a walkthrough like that. There's just a lot of other applications that this type of system, I think, could be really helpful. But
Yeah, absolutely.
really helpful for businesses. And my last question is, I was looking at the industry-specific information, and I'm not, a lot of these types of industries, I can understand the need for, wanting to do this,
Mhm.
but CBD oil extraction, what?
Yeah, that was one, I think. The Small Business Assistance Program, we also have like sector-specific information on our websites, and we put that. So we drew a lot of the information from what we had on our websites, and that we put that together maybe 5 years ago or so, a while back, kind of. Like this was kind of an up and coming industry within the state. I don't know how widespread it actually is right now, but yeah, we kind of saw that as an emerging industry that might need help with environmental regulations. So we kind of had that information already, so it made sense to just put it in the tool. Yeah, I don't know, don't have a great sense of how many of those right now are in the state.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you able to track how many people are going on and using this tool? And then if, how many from each of the industries, if there's one industry that seems like it's using it much more than others, or that none of that is tracked?
Yeah, we're kind of limited in the analytics that we can get for the tool. We are tracking the number of users. So we do have that information, but it's just users of the tool. Unfortunately, we're not able to get specific information like this many people actually used a certain industry specific topic area. That's just it's just the way the analytics work. We're not able to get that granular of information. It's more just overall tool use.
Right.
That would be helpful though, if we could get that information. We were hoping that we'd be able to, but just didn't work.
Kind of hard to be anonymous and full of information at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a great tool and a great way to break the ice with people that are hesitant to make contacts. It gets them involved and gets them started.
Yep, absolutely. We just want them to get the information that they need to get into compliance, since we are a non-regulatory part of the department.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, Lisa, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Okay, our next item is information item 6D, a recap of the 2025 9-day gun deer season. Jeff Pritzel, Deer Program Specialist. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Smith and Secretary Hyun and members of the board. I am Jeff Pritzel, excuse me, State Deer Program Specialist, and I'm here just to give a quick recap of how the recently concluded 9-day gun deer season went. I appreciate the opportunity given some of the transitions that were set up for this year. Just to kind of start off with participation, 550,000 plus individuals with authorization to participate in the gun deer season. It does represent about 3,000 fewer than last year at this time, but that's coming off of, we had a little bit of a bump last year. And if we looked at all license sales and authorizations, we actually have experienced about a 2,000 sale increase in archery. So I just point that out to just acknowledge the continued very gradual and slight shift we see in terms of total effort outside of the 9-day gun deer season. And but some of that is being picked up in archery hunting. We have about 250,000 deer hunters that are exclusively firearm deer season participants, and that is where we are seeing those slight losses. Again, being somewhat made up for in archery hunting participation. Of interest is this is not the average age, sometimes gets confused, but the most common age of a deer hunter this fall is 64 years old. And next year it will be 65 years old. And next year, the year after, it'll be 66. And so this just is capturing the baby boomer generation. And as they are, until they age out of deer hunting participation, this will continue. And that is significant when we consider looking at harvest data and assessing what does that harvest data mean? Because we can, as we look at harvest history of individual hunters, when they hit the age of 65, they start contributing less per capita to the harvest per their proportion of the hunting population. So we should anticipate that there could be potentially some harvest capacity decline as that age group is still dominating the numbers of hunters that we have out there. And then just some other nuggets, like, the oldest hunter that purchased a license this year at 93, who, as I understand from the notes, hadn't purchased one in a long time. So not to steal the thunder from the more comprehensive presentation you'll get in a couple months of the entire deer season with our customer service and licensing and office communications. But a few of these nuggets I wanted to throw in just to kind of set the table. And again, we have people come from all 50 states and multiple, foreign countries to participate in this. So it is still a big event in Wisconsin. So looking at how the registration played out for the 9-day, just with our buck registration and antlerless harvest, real similar to last year, and actually since last week when the slide was put together and our news release went out, we've accumulated even a few more registrations. That's why I always say it's preliminary, and we're now, as of yesterday, literally 0.1% off of last year's 9-day harvest. So it's very, very close, but there's a lot of variability that occurred, within the state. The buck registration is down just a hair, but the antlerless harvest is up a bit. And to me, that's the brightest note this year, is that, as we've talked about, we've been in this interesting annual oscillation in antlerless deer harvest for the last 4 or 5 years, where an increase in antlerless harvest is followed by a decrease. And it's been on this very predictable oscillation. And if that were to continue, last year was an up year in antlerless harvest, and this year would have been then the down year, and that didn't happen. So we're happy to see that. We hope some of the messaging we did prior to the gun season in terms of encouraging antlerless deer harvest in the farmland zones and participating in deer donation and those types of things paid off. And then collectively, we were running ahead of, we include the archery seasons, we were a little bit ahead of last year at this time. And as of yesterday, the muzzleloader season, which concludes today, is running considerably ahead of what it has the past couple of years. So we expect that the statewide snow cover is contributing to that, and maybe some folks, hopefully, were making up for maybe a slow opening weekend. So that was good. I do want to point out, just from our news release after the 9-day, a few sharp-eyed reporters and even some citizens pointed out that the number that we used for the 2024 9-day harvest didn't match the same number we used in 2024. And so a little bit of a narrative developed that, well, are we massaging that number to make it this year look better compared to last year? And that wasn't the case, but I can see that it might appear that way because it made that percentage look very similar. But to be specific, what happened was, prior to this year, we have always included the agricultural damage firearm harvested deer that has been occurring throughout the year, but we plug that into the 9-day season just as a place to put it and account for it. And what happened this year with the change in the deer management units in the forest zones, those agricultural damaged deer are still being tracked by county, not by deer management units. So we couldn't put them in And so to make this year's harvest apples to apples with last year, we removed those 6,000 deer from the tally from 2024. So it did show up, but we didn't make a point of that. But some folks caught that. And so to their credit, they're watching what we're doing. So I just wanted to acknowledge that in case, there was more questions about why those numbers weren't consistent. So enough of that, but on with just some more details. We did see about a 10% off of the 5-year average in the southern farmland. It was about 8% off of last year. And that I suspect was the snowstorm we had on the second weekend of the gun season that really hit the southern counties, probably had a negative impact on that last weekend. But hopefully we're catching up from that during the muzzleloader season and the upcoming 4-day antlerless season. But to the degree that we were down in the southern farmland means we had to be at least at or above last year's harvest in the rest of the state. And unfortunately for the forest zones in the central farmland, we really can't make that apples to apples comparison from last year due to the changes in the deer management units. And I mentioned actually our total harvest now is running ahead of last year, and it's getting even a little bit more so with the successful muzzleloader season we're seeing occurring right now. So finally, just want to share a little bit of how the harvest played out across the state. And oftentimes those numbers are shared as a summary by county in terms of numbers, but that kind of takes away, there's biases there with the size of the county or the size of the deer management unit. So this short series of maps just shows the deer harvest as a harvest density. In other words, deer killed per square mile. And so this shading is the entire collective harvest for the 9-day season. So you see the darker shaded counties like Marquette leading the state, and that corridor that's chronically or always, leading the pack from that Marquette Green Lake area up through Waushara, Waupaca, Shawano, and even, southern Oconto and Marinette County. And then some strong harvests on the western side of the state up in the far northwest. And then I'll break that out here with bucks and antlerless harvest separately. Generally, the shading is the same with bucks on the left, but now focusing a little bit more on the forest zones and the changes that we made. What we hopefully are going to be able to, first of all, it stands out that we see these differences in those land cover types, so it makes sense how we have those zones broken out. But if we could, and it's a little bit small print here, but if we could look at unit by unit, what we'll see, especially in the buck harvest, is where there's some considerable differences. And I'd point out like unit 125 in eastern Florence and northern Marinette County, where the harvest was more than double the adjacent counties to the west of, Forest County and northern Oconto County. A couple other examples like that, which is really the intention of why the boundaries were adjusted. And then on the antlerless side, we can see, antlerless deer taken per square mile. And what will be interesting to track now in the coming years is to see what correlations or cause and effect relationships there will be with certain antlerless harvest densities, and then the subsequent buck harvests, going forwards. In other words, does harvesting, 0.2 antlerless deer per square mile versus 0.5 or 0.7 have any connection or differences in what we see in buck harvests down the road? And that will help inform the advisory councils when it comes to whether they want to be more opportunistic or conservative when providing antlerless harvest opportunities in the future. So that's what I have to share with you, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions for Jeff on the early report on the 2025 deer season? Doug, you're on the screen. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Hey, Jeff. Hey,
Hi, Doug.
Congratulations on your pending retirement there.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the changes to the deer management units preliminarily, is it looking like that's improved things? Hard to tell yet, or?
Well, I would say preliminarily, yes. Just in terms of impressions and feedback we're getting so far, and I also meant to mention, so I appreciate the opportunity, our customer service folks shared with us that their call volume associated with the gun deer season actually was down 7% this year compared to last year. So that in and of itself, I think, helps us understand that we're making that transition successfully from an awareness standpoint. And I think hats off to the Office of Communications and our communication staff within the wildlife program and others setting up and everyone that was involved in getting the information out there that the transition part of it's going well. And then as far as harvest, the fact that we've got a relatively stable buck harvest, going on up there makes it hard to say one way or the other. It's going to take a couple of years, but again, the lack of calls, and even our biologists said it was a really quiet gun deer season in terms of follow-up calls that they were getting from people saying, I don't understand this, or why did this happen? So I think that part of it is good, and the antlerless harvest opportunities were increased a little bit, but really more focused in the areas that should be able to sustain that. So I think we're off to a good start.
Okay, thanks.
Jeff, go ahead. You're on mute again, Jeff.
There we go. Sorry about that. Jeff, I was wondering about our deer densities compared to what we're actually seeing in harvest. Is there somewhere online that a person can look at what we're hoping to harvest in certain areas, to get to where our goal is?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff, for bringing that up. 10 years ago, I would have had a very specific answer and said, yeah, because each of our deer management units had a specific goal population that we also would share in a density of deer per square mile. Under our current system, we've moved away from that attempt to do a more comparative or precision population versus harvest density with our current management objectives for the units. And so we do generate a population estimate for each deer management unit that we share with the councils, but that is not converted into a density per square mile or a goal to achieve a certain density, where we have this more general desire to either increase, decrease, or stabilize the herd.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Other questions? I have one, Jeff. You mentioned weather with the snowstorm down south affecting the muzzleloader season. Every season there's always weather events that seem to have some influence. This one was a little more unusual up north. We had 2 extremely warm, windy days on opening weekend, and then the hammer dropped and we had, in many places, 10, 11, 12 inches of heavy, wet snow. And it was widespread, covered up all the vegetation. A lot of the forests were almost impassable. Does that factor into your view of the overall season results in comparison with other seasons?
Bill, I think it really should factor in as much as we should temper our assessments of the harvest numbers to reflect what's happening with the actual deer population in any given single year. And that's why we've gone more towards, if we're going to do a comparison, compare it to the 5-year average as opposed to just last year. And what is interesting with the statistics that we have this year, again, if you look at the state as a whole or even the region as a whole, it just so happens that the number lands pretty close to last year. But if you do dive down at the local level, and again, although we can't take our new units and compare them to the past, a few of them we can, but we've got a 10-year gap there. But we still do collect harvest location by county as well as the new management units. And so it's not necessarily apples to apples, but if we look at the county comparisons from this year to last year, there's a lot of variability. So as much as we could say, hey, things are pretty stable in the north, depending on which county you were in, it could have been considerably different. And that's just the nature of that. And in general, I would say from the north, the west side of the north, the harvest was stronger. And as we went east, it faded. For example, Forest Florence, Northern Marinette this year seems down, but last year they were way up. And so it's just relative to those. And the Northern Forest, if we really look at big picture, it's always a roller coaster. And so it's going to continue to be, and just understanding that and taking that as a part of the nature of what deer hunting is makes us hopefully feel a little more, okay, there's just luck and opportunity as part of it too. It's not all predictable.
Okay, thanks. Robin, did you have a question?
Maybe a clarification, because it hasn't been a super long meeting, but it's been sort of a long meeting, and I think my mind might have wandered for a minute. I heard you talking about the average age of the license and how that was, average age of the hunter and how that was increasing. Did I hear you say after that, that the harvest numbers go down as you get older?
Yeah, and this is, it's somewhat anecdotal. I think most people would say that, you know, if they've talked to the senior members in their hunting groups, you often would hear I've shot enough deer in my lifetime. I don't care if I shoot any more deer, but I still want to be here. I want to be part of the experience. But we can measure it in terms of registrations where there's a break off of where they're still there as a participant in the hunting population, but their contribution to the harvest relative to their proportion of the hunting population starts to go down. And that happens at about 65 years of age. And that makes sense because the trade-offs of after you take shoot a deer, and Bill and I were talking about this last week ourselves, because we're in that, in that area, you start to think about, the limitations of, do I, can I, or do I want to harvest a deer? And I think, again, with the story of the northern forest, if we were able to carve out just that subpopulation, that most common age is probably even a little bit higher. Because again, the baby boomer generation, that was their, and continues to be their destination, the place where they deer hunt. So yeah, there's just that side effect that we want to be aware of when we see potentially declining harvest numbers, to not just jump right away and interpret it as, well, that means there's fewer deer in the landscape. There's a bunch of other variables in there too.
And then does it concern you that the southern farmland zone is as 10% below the 5-year average in terms of harvest for this year? Because isn't that an area really where we're really trying to boost the hunting from a CWD management perspective? Yeah, no, it certainly does. But one of the things I would acknowledge in that southern farmland, if I would have pointed it out in that harvest density per square mile, and it certainly looks like, southeast Wisconsin's deer killed per square mile is considerably lower than some of the other areas. Again, it's not necessarily due to a lack of desire or ability, but a lot of those deer just live in areas that aren't accessible to firearm deer hunting. And so that's a factor in that the southern farmland probably deals with at a greater level than the rest of the state as well. But yeah, you're right in terms of that antlerless harvest ratio. We really, want to keep that as robust as possible. But they've just, the reality is that they've got multiple challenges. And then, yeah, that snowstorm on the last Saturday didn't help. But hopefully the folks are still out there and we'll have a chance here for the rest of December. And then my last comment is, I don't know how the department's going to replace you, and I don't know who approved your retirement, because they should have a good talking to. But thank you so much for all your contributions and your expertise and your ability to kind of relay this information to where people like us can understand, and your service to the public. So thank you. Thank you, Robin. No, I appreciate that. And I would appreciate to the board, that I'm not looking at this as, at least I don't ever have to do this again. I will miss you guys as well. I'll miss our discussions prior to board meetings. And thank you for that opportunity and the ability to be able to do this for you.
Other questions or comments from the board?
I just want to give another shout out to Opaka County for being the second top county. I saw that in a DNR press release earlier, and also wanted to extend my gratitude and and good luck and have fun in retirement.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. My phone was blowing up this morning because my traditional muzzleloader camp is going on right now, and they're like, "Well, next year you're going to be up here with us," because they had a really good morning this morning, and you said you missed it. And I'm like, "Well, I'm happy to be here, but yeah, next year I'll be up in muzzleloader camp."
We'll be thinking of you.
Yeah, thanks.
Other questions from the board? I have one, Jeff. already this season has, and this is a little bit off topic of specifically the results of this season, but it's tied to it. Before the season was even done, there were already a couple of press articles coming out expressing looking at the demographics, looking at the information you've just reminded us of and refreshed us of, saying there's increasing interest and pressure on an earlier opener from the 9-day gun deer season. Get a touch of the rut, a little better weather. What kind of input are you getting on that, and what's your sense of that issue? It continues to be cooking, but it's always very controversial.
Sure. And I would say I have noticed over the past 2 or 3 years an increase in volume of people saying, hey, we should think about moving the gun deer season earlier. And they usually say it with, and everyone I know thinks the same thing. And I'm like, well, that's interesting, because when we do put it out for public input or that may be a little bit different. But I would say that it is growing. And I think a part of that is, as we've talked about before, the experience people are having during the firearm deer season. And somebody I was just talking to not too long ago was reflecting about, and it was in the driftless area, but they said we're just archers with guns in our hands during the 9-day season now. And what he meant by that was the hunting strategies that now over half of our deer hunters are archers. And that strategy of picking a good spot and waiting for the deer to come to you, as opposed to the traditional where we used to do more, let's get out and get the deer moving during the gun season. That doesn't happen as much. And so because we're more reliant on natural deer movement now during the gun season, as well as we've always been with archery hunting, that daytime deer activity, natural activity, plays more into what would potentially be the satisfaction rate for a gun deer season, because we know that's the major push as far as what drives hunter satisfaction is seeing deer. And so if we're going to continue to use that strategy and want to see deer, it does make sense that, well, we should maybe be spending our time earlier in November, when indeed, deer are more likely to be moving during daylight hours.
That's an interesting perspective. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
With that, one last call for questions. Let me add my personal congratulations and thank you, Jeff, to your years of service and everything you've contributed within your career, and particularly the last few years with deer management. It's probably the hottest topic that goes on year after year after year after year, and you've been a very positive influence. Appreciate it very much.
Yeah, well, thanks, Bill. And I appreciate the agency gave me a chance to fulfill the commitment I made, as a young conservationist decades ago. So I'm the one that's thankful.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with that, we move to item 7, Department Secretaries Matters.
Okay, well, I have retirement recognitions, but also want to give my thanks to Jeff, which I've done in a couple different fora now, and I think I will continue to do so. I've learned a lot from you over the course of my short tenure here, and have a great appreciation for how you're able to manage what could be a really hot topic with a lot of interested parties with a very cool head, and a lot of practical solutions to move us forward. So thank you, Jeff. We have 2 official retirement recognitions here for the board. Pretty amazing. Bill Clark from the Bureau of Environmental Analysis and Sustainability of 45 years. Bill is a native of Indianapolis, Indiana, and came to Wisconsin to attend college, earning his master's degree in wildlife ecology from UW-Stevens Point. He spent his entire DNR career working in the Northern Region, and for several years reported to then Northern Region Director and current NRB Chair, Bill Smith. For the majority of his career, Bill supervised the Environmental Analysis and Review Northern Region team. In 2022, Bill was selected by his peers to receive the Lou Pascani Award for exceptional efforts in the Bureau of Environmental Analysis and Sustainability. His retirement marks the culmination of 45 years of dedicated service to the people and natural communities of the state of Wisconsin, for which the department is deeply grateful. And I don't know if you wanted to add anything, Bill. I'll pause here to see.
I could add an awful lot, but be careful, you're opening the door. I will keep it very, very brief. Bill came to Spooner very shortly after I did, and we worked together for many years in many different capacities. And all I can say is that I'll use a analogy to baseball. Bill's big on sports, and baseball's one of his favorites. And just say that he spent a long time with the department. He went beyond the normal time frame of a baseball game, and he had many extra innings added onto this one. And along the way, he put up some crooked numbers. Now, I have to explain that. Crooked numbers are a sign of success in baseball that represents teams that can score more than 0 or 1 run in an inning. And I'll just say Bill had a lot of crooked numbers. But the dedication he had, I know he felt very strongly about his work as an environmental analysis specialist. He turned down opportunities to do different things to stay with the program. And he stayed with environmental analysis and worked at a Spooner for his entire career, 45 years. And he not only added a lot of accomplishments to the program, but he also added to the culture of the department in the community and in the office, very sensitive to people, and just had a tremendous impact at that local and statewide level. So I just want to give him that personal shout out. I appreciate the opportunity and to wish him well.
Thanks, Bill. That's a really nice added touch to an amazing career. The second retirement recognition is Shauna McDowell, a conservation warden of 24 years. During her 24-year career with the DNR, Shauna served as a conservation warden for both Rock and Vernon counties. She has been widely recognized in the warden service for her strong, community-oriented approach to conservation and enforcement. Her deep involvement in the peer support program has provided critical support to law enforcement officers across the state. Shauna also served as a field training officer and instructor, sharing her decades of experience with new wardens entering the profession. Shauna has made a lasting impact on countless people throughout her career, and we are sincerely grateful for her service. So with that, I request a motion to acknowledge these recognitions.
I move acknowledgement of these recognitions.
We've got a motion to acknowledge. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Rachel seconds. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Acknowledgement is given. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Moving on to 7B, are there any questions on the real estate transactions? Okay, I hear none. And 7C are just my closing remarks. And I'll just say, as we head into the holidays, that I wish you all very happy holidays. I think it's been a wonderful partnership for me over the past year, almost coming up on a year here, of just being able to work with all of you on the important matters before the Natural Resources Department, and just work with you to try to move really this good work forward. I feel a lot of support from this group, and I'm just very thankful for your service and your support as we move through some difficult issues and some really easy and important issues too.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, we move on to board members' matters. First one on my list for this meeting, let's see, I got to get to the script here, or I'm going to get lost again. Okay, we try to rotate these around so not everybody, the same person's not always under the gun to make comments. Robin, you're first this meeting.
Okay, so I actually like to have a long list, but I promise I'll make it short. One of the things I like to do this time of year is just kind of reflect, like, what have we accomplished over the past year? And so I just jotted some highlights down over actions that the board and the agency has done. First of all, a very successful year of state parks, 125th anniversary. There are events all over the state. We continue to see how important state parks are to the physical and mental health of our populations across the state, and kudos to all those who helped organize those events, but also on day-to-day who just work to make sure our parks are the best they can be. We also saw approval of a beaver management plan. We've got the DMU unit changes through. We worked, it's always educational and informational for me in working with the Conservation Congress. And so I really felt like I am continuing to appreciate all of their contributions to the citizens and to the board. We had a great tour in the southeast part of the state, looking at data center and understanding. To me, one of the most important highlights of that was understanding the ozone alert difficulty in how I didn't realize how the air over Lake Michigan, how that process, and then the winds coming in, how that kind of really makes it so challenging for businesses. I didn't understand the physical features of why that area is so prone to ozone. So that was very, very helpful. I also, we saw a lot of streamlining efforts on the part of the department and many, many programs trying to provide better customer service, and especially in light of imminent or potential budget concerns. It was just very impressive to see how we can continue to do more with less. So kudos to everyone for that. Really appreciative today of passing the lead and copper rule revisions. That's just so important to the health of so many, especially children in our state. So that's kind of my summary of what I just felt like, you guys have, the agency has done well this past year, and kudos to everyone. I wanted to mention that yesterday I participated in the agricultural conservation workshop that was put on by the folks in the department and I get the names wrong, but the people focused on agricultural
water quality. Yep.
What's it called?
The Office of Ag and Water Quality.
Thank you. Thank you. It was amazing to see that many numbers of people there during a snowstorm, or right after a snowstorm and right before another snowstorm. And really, I'll let Rachel go into a lot more details on that, because that's really your world. But it was very, very heartening to see the honest and open communication, and people are viewing this as a very good first step. So I'll let you talk more about that. There was some discussion about tribal training today, and I apologize, I didn't write down what that topic was, but if you're doing some, was the information on was training, was it to use?
It was a tribal awareness training, and really just talked about sort of the history of tribes generally with the United States and here in the state.
Would that be made available to board members?
I think so.
I don't know. It's just
Molly, but
if it would be, I would be interested in
Okay.
in having
Great.
that
We'll work on it.
background. Yeah. I also wanted to ask when it's appropriate if we could have a report back on a review. I know you've got a work group working on the research review from Wake Boats, and when it's appropriate time, I'd love to kind of make sure we're in the loop on how they're completing their efforts on that. And then lastly, there's a lot of news in the western part of the state about USGS research cuts. And I don't know exactly how imminent they are, but what I'm seeing is that the big research center in La Crosse is potentially going to be closed down. And I'd love to have a briefing at some point about what are the impacts of stopping some of those research projects have in terms of our ability to manage, whether it be fish. I don't even know all the things that they're doing, but I know, invasive species and things like that are one of the things they were working on. So like, what does that mean to us, and are there opportunities for us to continue with that? It is stopping. Just kind of keep us in the loop on that.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Rachel, you didn't have much time to think about your remarks. You're next on the list.
Sounds good. Yeah, I guess I'll start with a meeting that we attended, Robin. It was a real pleasure to see Robin across the room, as I was nervous, as I was one of the farmers in their farmer fishbowl representing grazers. But this was a meeting that was referenced in our joint DAC-CAP DNR board meeting. So it was the Interagency Water Quality
working group. And so, and this is the Agriculture and Conservation Roundtable. So Joe Bonnell had spent the last year interviewing stakeholders before the idea was, rather than DNR kind of telling people what we needed to do as far as this nutrient loss reduction, it was better to get the stakeholder input. So he had came to my farm and visited with me, as well as it seems like quite a few, I think over 100 different interviews that he had done, which all culminated into this event yesterday. So there was, I think he had 140 initial registrations for it, invited all the stakeholders. So there was, I think, 70 farmers participating, in addition to representatives from agency, ag business, a lot of the conservation groups. So it was really neat for me to see a lot of people I knew, as well as a lot of people I didn't know. A lot of the other 4 farmers in the fishbowl were definitely of larger farms, and they were really progressive farms, which just shows that these practices can be done at all scales. They had divided kind of the group. It was interesting how they did it, but they divided the group into kind of 5 different topic areas where we were just let loose to brainstorm in my mind, and kind of thinking back on it, it was almost like a Christmas wish list of what would we really want as far as programs, and kind of what our goals, shared goals, and really kind of where can we direct our resources. I was in the funding and economic opportunities group, and a lot of the issues with staffing came up with within all of the agencies, and kind of different cost share opportunities that there are out there. But like I said, it was almost one of those, the staff did an amazing job of facilitating it. Darren Harris, I will give a shout out to, he was the facilitator for it. But one of those meetings where you almost realize, or afterwards had much more ideas, and everyone, I think, really left inspired, or kind of with new connections, and that idea that I always say, conservation happens through collaboration. And so there was a lot of different new connections, and new ideas that we wouldn't get within just our own little realms. So I know that they plan on taking all of that input, and then there was a lot of input. There was a lot of charts and dots, and kind of reporting it back to everyone. But I wanted to give a shout out to some of the staff members that were really key in it. And it was, Joe, Jeffrey Volz, Stacy Steinke, Carl Gesch, Brian Wagle, and Chris Clayton were definitely really prominent for the department, and did a really great job representing. I had a thank you card from Jeffrey that said the Aldo Leopold quote, "When we see land as a community to which we belong, we begin to use it with love and respect." And that was kind of really the emphasis that they structured that meeting by. And then just, in my own realm, I always say, agriculture comprises 40% of our state. So recognizing that role as farmers to be stewards of our land as well as our water resources. So that was one of those things that I told Darren I didn't get a chance to say in the fishbowl, but I really wanted that message to be out there, and just that call to action for everyone within the agricultural community to really look at future generations of farmers, as well as the public health impact of practices that we do. So yeah, it was really, really neat. Really great job that they did. Other things that I've got, make sure that I'm not missing anything there. This kind of ongoing elk issue in the western part of the state. I know that there was a meeting with some of the farmers being impacted, as well as department staff yesterday. So just encouraging, and there's, a lot of program restrictions within that, but just really encouraging the department to be proactive and supportive of these farmers right now. We're losing dairy farmers by the day, and to have a dairy farmer have to go out or fight until they can't afford to fight this anymore, due to, this wildlife issue is a pretty kind of critical situation. And I know the department's having conversations, but just, anything, I know there was one farmer that's pretty much at the point of maybe needing to sell and relocate his farm. And as a farmer, to hear and, farmers kind of up against the wall and constraints and not feeling like they're being heard is something that really, I feel connected to and really can understand the position that they're in. So just using my role here to make sure to urge the department to do what they can and maybe find cost share opportunities, whatever it is, to make it these farmers so they don't have to go out of business and shut down multi-generation farms. On a happier note, we got a lot more conferences and meetings coming up. Next week is the Wisconsin Water and Soil Health Conference. So I will be at that one as well as many other meetings to come. So if anyone else is at that conference next week, come say hi. It'll be fun. And then the other shout out for the state parks. I've been enjoying Hartman's Creek State Park quite a bit the last couple weeks with the snowfall. So winter's a wonderful time to keep using that state parks pass too. That's it.
Okay.
And Merry Christmas, a happy holidays to all.
Thanks, Rachel. Doug, you're next.
All right, thanks, Bill. So, just happy to be able to participate today, and I'm grateful for you guys that trudged through the snow to make it there in person. That's an accomplishment in itself. So, thanks for being there, and I'm glad we can participate this way. I don't know what we would do if we couldn't. So it's nice to have this opportunity to be able to continue to participate. The tribal training that Karen mentioned earlier, yeah, kind of caught my attention as well. I knew DNR was doing it, but it sounds like it's growing and good things. So one thing that I'll throw a suggestion in for you for next time, or on a smaller scale, that we did with EPA over the years was at our regional meetings when all the tribes would get together with the regional folks. We would pick a tribe, or a tribe would volunteer to come in and just give a presentation on tribal government related to that tribe. I've done a couple of those myself, and they've seemed to gotten good response. Tribal operation, tribal natural resources, whatever the tribe wanted to present. Generally, when I get a chance, I always do it on our history, which is a pretty interesting presentation in itself, and it builds in the stuff that I think staff would learn throughout opportunities to get trained like you have over the years, and they just get built in naturally through presentations like that, and it gives staff chances to ask questions directly to tribal folks if they're willing to do that. So yeah, I wanted to mention that. We talked about the lead issue, and I know I've talked about this with folks in the past, is those subsistence harvesters that are out there, and this lead issue, moving away from the water quality rule, more just on lead concerns and what's out there in the environment. We've seen a lot, if you've all watched, on just the venison research that's been going on in relation to lead impacts and what we're ingesting from lead. So there's concerns. We've at Menominee pushed hard on a conversion to copper, and I know a lot of our hunters are there. So if you just casually interview hunters on our side of things, just from the outreach and the push that we did tribally, it did convert a lot of folks to just shooting copper. So there's a lot of things I think we can do to continue to try to address that issue, because from our folks' side, there's guys shooting deer to feed their families, starting in August, ending in January. So there's a lot of opportunity out there to be affected by those kind of contaminants. over the 9-day, I had a chance to work with some DNR wardens up in our area, Clark and other warden that was in response to a tribal question we had here at Menominee, and you know, those complex regulations that aren't always easy when you start dealing with tribal land, sovereignty and regulations and state mixing in with that. And we had one of those, so worked with the state wardens on it. I had questions for them, they had questions for me, and I think we sorted it out at the end, but the response was great. I mean, I think I texted the warden first, and it wasn't hardly any time in between that the response came. So just kudos to those guys. I know how busy they are, especially during that time. So I was really appreciative that we could get at that issue and address it. So Clark, thanks for that. The wake boat thing, you know, I mean, yeah, I'm anxious to see what the follow-up is also on stuff we know Karen and folks are working on. But we keep hearing about legislative roadblocks, and yet we hear the legislative framework does allow DNR to do something. I don't know, you know, I mean, it makes sense that it does. So, you know, it would be nice to have legal white paper or an opinion. I know opinions are stretching it for us, but to have legal chime in and say, hey, look, this is what the legal framework limits us to or doesn't limit us to. And yeah, DNR can make rules regarding boat decontaminations or wake boats specific. So I know we've been down through this issue a lot, and you know, it continues. It's not getting any better. So it'd be nice if we could drag legal in and get some feedback specifically on what legislative framework is preventing us from getting something done with this, or what can we use to make a rule. So, you know, I'm on a board with some of the Lake District folks here in Menominee County, and last month they were talking about wake boating on Legend Lake here in Menominee County, and it's going on. So I put my 2 cents in, and it wasn't pro wake boat at all. And I suggested that Menominee County, you know, enact their own rules and try to better regulate wake boating within our lakes, because it needs to be done. And man, did I get pushback. I was shocked on how much pushback I got from that Lake District board, and how adamant they were that there were no impacts from wake boats. And so, you know, I mean, the issues are out there. There's two stark sides, and it'd be nice if we could get at some of it a little more rapidly. So yeah, that's about it. And again, if we don't see or hear from all of you, have a good Christmas and good holidays. Be safe.
Thank you, Doug. I think you captured the challenge of the wake boating issue. Is there's very strong opinions on two sides, and we're not moving any closer to the middle. Very difficult.
Agree.
But you could be an example for the rest of the state too.
Yeah.
Okay, Deb, you're next.
Okay, I'll get my video going. Hi, everybody. I don't know what you guys are talking about, snow. It's like 80 degrees down here in Ozaukee County, and we've been sitting on the patio. I have been a pest in the last few weeks, as Chair Smith knows, dealing with a couple issues that got relatively, let me start with AI again. Thanks to Katie for sending me resources that I can share with the people down here that are really upset about the Port Washington Vantage AI Center. The link she sent, I shared with a lot of the organizers that are working pretty hard down here to get some answers, and it's gotten nasty. I mean, at the Port Washington City Council meeting, 2 people were arrested for, when I watched the video, just, you know, kind of sat down after they spoke and all of a sudden they're ushered out. So there's that. And they're talking about recalling the mayor and the common council. So that has really snowballed. Where I was a pest on another issue was our dear chair was on his way to organize all his deer hunting, and I called him and said, we've got an issue down here with what's called the Gauthier Pond. Chair Smith talked about Kevin Cahill, who sent us quite a few documents. There's a couple down there, the Gauthier Pond is this couple wants to build a 13.5 acre private water ski, jet ski pond on their property in the town of Cedarburg. And they started this, and I was grateful to Bill's suggestions. I talked with Mike Thompson, I talked with Adam, I talked with Mark, in terms of who these people could go to get answers. Because it goes from kind of a feeling from and they're called Save Cedar Creek, because this couple, a permit for a high capacity well, so they can fill their pond. There's no water there. They're just going to be digging this kind of hot dog shaped lake so that they can water ski. And then the other issue is taking water from Cedar Creek to either keep it filled or to fill it initially. So, and so I brought in Senator Habush-Sinekin, and she was glad to meet with the people. And again, Mike's talked with them a lot. And I guess one of the things that came to me, and poor Marcy, I called Marcy. Todd Ames, unfortunately, now lives in Cedarburg, so I was talking to him. But all these resources, and I think what was talked about earlier in terms of having a system, because none of this is clear cut, because they don't know what kinds of, these people are hysterical about their own wells. They're concerned about draining the river. And yet I want to say that the DNR, of course, comes back and says, these are what we've looked at. This is what the permits we've granted. No, this has not happened yet. No, that has not happened yet. So the professionals in this organization, like all of you have been saying, depending upon what kind of silo we're looking at, because my goal was to, I don't want to say, I wanted people to feel like they can get answers, but not necessarily promises, if that makes sense. And so I really appreciated the fact that Bill led me to some folks, and I feel that I asked Kevin to come and speak to this group, and he's unable to do that, but I think he will. So same, a little trying to calm down the hysteria a little and make people feel like there's some comfort in the organization that this board represents. So, and same thing to all of you. Have a peaceful, joyous, resting, relaxing time with your families and friends. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Deb. Just a comment on that input from Kevin Cahill. He sent some very detailed information in. I think 3 different editions of it came in to Ashley, and we've got access to it. I've looked at all of it. My take on it in very general terms is that this is a project that has been discussed, and maybe there was some initial applications 4 years ago, 21, but there's information the department doesn't have yet. And
Right.
it's an ongoing review that hasn't even gotten close to the point of decision. So
Right.
people locally have every right to be concerned. They've got lots of questions, but there is a regulatory process that's wrapped around at least part of what these people are hoping to do.
Right. I totally agree with that. And the idea, when I was talking with Todd, who, you all know and love, he said, people are upset when we give permits and they're upset when we don't give permits. So there's that. So it was an enjoyable conversation with him, but you're right. And again, I felt my role was to try to give them access to who would give them the information. So thanks for your help on that, Bill.
Well, thank you for making the connections and helping people out there. I'm sure we'll hear more of this if it continues to be a viable proposal. Okay, Jeff Hastings, you're up next.
There we go. We'll get myself unmuted. Thanks, Bill. I think I'll give a little longer report next time about our efforts to try to increase the deer donation program here in the area. But we're seeing some successes, and I think when we get some more numbers, it'll be a little bit more interesting to talk about. But I do want to give a shout out. I don't know if you are aware or not, but Wisconsin has a pheasant stocking program, and I participate as a volunteer releasing those birds here at the Kickapoo Valley Reserve here in Vernon County. It's about a 8,500 acre reserve. I think we released over about a month and a half about 2,500 birds, and I don't think the department probably doesn't get the feedback, but releasing those birds, we often get a lot of hunter feedback about how they appreciate the opportunity to get out and get outdoors, exercise their dogs, and possibly harvest a pheasant. So I think it's probably an underrated program. I don't know how we get feedback, but we sure hear it when we're out there stalking the birds. So great program. Many of you know Marcy West, a former Natural Resource Board member. She called me in with also Dan Goltz. He's a senior wildlife biologist for the DNR here in Vernon County, and we did a radio program on the hunting traditions and the upcoming deer hunting season with a local radio station here. So I think that went well. I think they did some editing there that made us all sound pretty good. So enjoyed visiting with Marcy and talking about deer hunting here in Southwest Wisconsin. It was good. Pretty good program, fun to participate in. So I think I'll leave it there, Bill. Thank you much.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. And Patty, thank you for being patient. You're at the tail end of the list today.
Well, I'll make it kind of short. I agree with Doug on the wake boat. I would like to, even if we could get a chart or something that we could look at and be able to know what we can and what we cannot do. Because it seems like when we have the conversations, there's always, well, you have this legislative stuff and you can have there's different things that the lake owners can do, but it seems like a chart connecting who's doing what would probably help us in getting this information and this topic taken care of. Because it just is beyond me that it's almost 3-4 years now that we've been discussing this, and seem to be in the same place all the time. So that would be great. The wake boats continue to be a conversation even up here, and we're seeing more and more wake boats in our boat holding areas. So I know the topic will eventually make its way up here. Finally, I just want to say Merry Christmas to everybody, and have a safe holiday. Enjoy the snow. Do some snowshoeing, and see you next year.
Thanks, Patty. I have a couple items. I'm gonna stick to just a couple quick business heads up items for the board members. Number one, we have NRB elections coming up in January. And I'd like to encourage everybody to take a look at their time available, their interest, and consider serving in the leadership positions on the board. And I want to frame that by saying we have a thing called term limits with this board that I highly recommend for any public office. And I'm at the end of term limits. So I will not be your chairman after January. We're going to have an election and somebody else is going to take over. So consider that when you're thinking about whether or not you might be available and interested to serve. So there's going to be opportunity there for everyone. I know some of you have personal circumstances that make it difficult, but I just want to give you a heads up. Because I'm not going to be serving in a leadership position, I'll give you each a call between now and January just to assess your interest and willingness. I just want to make sure we have candidates available so that we can have an election in January. Second item, we've started discussions about the meeting schedule for the board next year and the topic of out-of-Madison meetings. We mentioned last summer when we stopped doing those for budget purposes that the two meetings we weren't able to attend out of Madison, Black River Falls, and Door County, that we would start there in consideration of future meetings. Our very preliminary discussions with the Secretary's office that those are viable options, and hopefully the budget situation will have squared enough that we can consider doing Autumn-Madison meetings again. But we have a third option open, and also if things change on either of those locations, we can always look at something else. But time is running, and it's good to start talking about that and reaching some recommendations soon. So I'll give you a call on that topic as well between now and January, just to get your recommendations on where that third meeting might be held, or a couple of recommendations if one of the other ones falls through. So think about Autumn-Madison meetings and where might be a good place to go. And my third topic is one that's a little more somber. I really like to call your attention to an article written by our esteemed writer and participant in these meetings, Tim Isley. He did a piece on George Meyer a short while ago and acknowledged that George is having some very difficult health issues right now. I had the opportunity to meet with him personally, and twice actually. I was in on a very short Zoom call a couple days ago. And I just want to convey to you that George has, he's in a tough time right now. Most of his energy is spent fighting the illness and trying to be as healthy as he can, his physical energy. But I can tell you his mental energy is focused on people and focused on all of you and other people throughout the conservation community that he's worked with over the years. And he just continues to express his thankfulness for commitments to the world of conservation, environmental quality, natural resources, and to thank everybody for their efforts and to thank them for their partnerships and working with them all these years. He would like to be able to reach out and talk to everybody personally. It's absolutely physically impossible. But I did want to just pass that on. Thank you, Tim, for letting me highlight your article. I really appreciate what you put into there. And I would guess at this point, if anybody has a moment, consider George in your thoughts, prayers, or best wishes, whatever is most appropriate for you and your experience. They're at a time where they can really use all the support they can get.
Well, there's a Caring Bridge page that people can.
Yes, yes, there is. Yeah, I don't know if you heard that or not. Robin said there is a Caring Bridge out for George. Obviously, George is important to this organization, a longtime employee, former secretary, but also a virtual institution in the conservation world. He's been active in a number of different roles within and outside the department. And I thought it was important to give you an update on it. So with that, I'll try and shift it to a more positive note and just say happy holidays and ask for a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion to adjourn this December board meeting.
We have a motion to adjourn from Rachel. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Robin seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're adjourned. See you all in January. Have a wonderful holiday.